That was really an impressive group out there on the stairs, on the north steps, celebrating the signage of HB 1013. And once again, I appreciate the work of everybody in this chamber on that. Our Dr. Caucus, all the committee members, and all of you who voted in favor of that legislation. Truly impactful and something I will remember for a lifetime. At this time, I'd like to recognize the senator from the 19th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate disagree to the House substitute to Senate Bill 374.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read a caption?
Senate Bill 374, a bill by Senator Tillery of the 19th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 4 of Chapter 12 of Title 45 of the OCGA relating to Georgia Data Analytics Center, so as to provide for definitions, to establish the Georgia Data Analytics Center as an agent of all executive state agencies and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Would the senator from the 19th wish to speak to his motion? The senator from the 19th has moved that the Senate disagrees to the House substitute to Senate Bill 374. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the Senate has disagreed. We have a resolution creating a study committee that was inadvertently left off today's consent calendar, creating study committees, which we adopted a few days ago. At this time, I'd ask the Secretary to read the Senate Resolution 615.
Senate Resolution 615, a resolution by Senator James of the 35th and others, a resolution creating the Senate Property Owners Associations, Homeowners Associations, and Condominium Associations Study Committee, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Is there objection to adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none, and the resolution is adopted. Chair recognizes the senator from the 18th.
President, I'd ask for unanimous consent to take HB 916 off the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 916, a bill by Representative Leverett of the 33rd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 5 of the OCGA relating to appeal in error, so as to provide for a unified procedure for appealing decisions of a lower judiciary to a superior or state court, to repeal and reserve Chapter 4 of said title relating to certiorari or to superior court, to amend various titles of the OCGA, so as to provide for conforming changes and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 18th has asked that House Bill 916 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's removed from the table. The chair recognizes the senator from the 18th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. As we start our final trek toward midnight, or the last bills that we're going to pass. HB 916 is a long, somewhat difficult work of a lot of people in trying to revise certain portions of the Civil Practice Act in which lawyers and all of us litigants who have cases in the magistrate court, civil courts, and lower courts that are those that are below the superior court level. And the process that we have now is old, it is arcane, and as the folks that presented it to the Senate Judiciary Committee joked, we're trying to advance us maybe into the 1960s or 1970s with these actions. But in essence, what we are providing is a substantial overhaul of the process of appealing lower judicatories in the state and superior court, and it provides a single unified process for such review. What we have currently is very disjointed. It requires and applies different rules depending upon exactly what's going on. It has service requirements that are from olden times where the judge is actually served and made a party to the appeal. It's very cumbersome and very confusing. The difficulty with this is it winds up that most of the people, many of the litigants, the vast majority of the litigants that are appealing to the superior court through this old arcane way wind up having their appeal dismissed because of technicalities and not being heard on the merits. So this long time and long-term frustration with this difficulty has produced a committee and literally 3+ years of work trying to figure out a better way to move forward. And that's what we have before you now. This comes to you unanimously from the Senate Judiciary Committee. It also comes unanimously from the House body with a 167-0 vote. This will help us move into a more modern process. It'll make sure that litigants are heard on the merits and that lawyers, and especially pro se litigants that can't afford lawyers, will not be tripped up by the rules of procedure instead of having their case actually heard by the higher court into which they're appealing. That's the sum and substance of it. Happy to answer any questions, or I'll be happy to yield the well.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I urge your consideration and positive vote for this. Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 916? The chair sees none. Is there objection or agreeing with the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 16th. I believe you want to ask me something about House Bill 1045.
Move it off the table, man. It's consent. I was like, me, you, me.
No. If I may, sir, I would like to table it, if I will, for right now. May I table it?
Speak up a little bit.
May I table that bill?
It's already on the table.
Already on the
You want to
table.
leave it on the table?
Leave it on the table, please, sir.
Senator from the
We're-
16th has requested that it remain on the table.
Table.
Chair now recognizes the senator from the 42nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent that HB 1405 be taken from the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 1405, a bill by Representative Roberts of the 52nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 36 of the OCGA relating to local governments so as to revise the zoning procedures law, to revise provisions related to judicial review of zoning decisions, to revise definitions, to provide for requirements for zoning decisions by boards or agencies using delegated powers, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Judiciary Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 1405, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 36 of the OCGA relating to local governments so as to revise the zoning procedures law, to revise provisions relating to judicial review of zoning decisions, to revise definitions, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Parent of the 42nd District and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend the committee substitute to House Bill 1405 by striking the word only on line 208 and inserting substantively in its place. Mr. President, Senator Parent of the 42nd and others offer the following amendment number 2 to amend the Senate Committee on Judiciary substitute to House Bill 1405 by inserting after powers on line 4 the following: to provide additional notice and hearing provisions for changes to zoning ordinances that revise single-family residential classifications and definitions so as to authorize multifamily residential property uses and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 42nd has asked for House Bill 1405 to be taken from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's removed from the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 42nd to speak to the measure and the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, it is my honor to bring before you a very good lawyer bill. House Bill 1405 codifies Georgia zoning law procedures by clarifying which type of zoning disputes will be determined through a legislative versus a quasi-judicial process. The legislative zoning process includes city councils and zoning offices, while a quasi-judicial process includes zoning appeals boards that issue case-by-case decisions.
Senator, will you stand by for a moment? I would ask that each and every senator give your undivided attention to the senator in the well. I get it, it's the last day, but these are important measures for all of us to consider before we cast our votes. If you have a conversation that's not privy to the voting machine in front of you, I'd ask for you to take it off the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill details the evidentiary standard the Superior Court will use upon appeal and other procedural details. It will add efficiency and clarity to current zoning law in Georgia. It is supported by zoning attorneys, ACCG, GMA, and the Georgia Realtors. You will see in front of you 2 amendments. The first amendment deals actually, is a very small change, but it necessitated by the bill that we just passed, presented by the senator from the 18th, HB 916, the Appellate Practice Act. This change means that the process laid out in 1405 will work within the confines of House Bill 916. And the second amendment also deals with zoning procedures. It is another bill that actually just kind of ran out of time in the House, but is agreed to by all of our local advocates down here as far as ACCG and GMA. And what it essentially does is sets out some notice provisions for when a local government is planning to change from single-family zoning to multifamily zoning. So it just sort of details the transparency and notifications and hearings that will be required in that instance. That's the bill. Very, very good bill. Happy to answer any questions if there are any, Mr. President.
You have a few questions. Chair recognizes the senator from the 19th to your left with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Absolutely.
Senator, Amendment 1, can you walk us through, we're just trying to figure out how that word changes, if you don't mind
Yeah.
walking us through that.
So, so in the original bill, we referenced a specific part of Chapter 5 that was related to the certiorari process. And then as HB 916 was moving, we realized that that could replace certiorari with a different appeals process. So now the bill is revised to generally reference Chapter 5. So regardless of 916 making it all the way through or not, this bill will work if 916 achieves final passage and is signed, or if it doesn't.
You don't appear to have any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for favorable consideration for House Bill 1405, and I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator. She waves. All right, any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1405? The chair sees none. We'll take up the amendments. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is adopted. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 2? The chair hears none, and amendment number 2 is also adopted. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Chair hears none. The committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Thank you. Chair recognizes the senator from the 52nd.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate adhere to its substitute to House Bill 1437 and that a conference committee be appointed.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 1437, a bill by Representative Blackman of the 146th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to income taxes so as to revise the rates of taxation on income and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 52nd has moved that the Senate adhere to its substitute to House Bill 1437 and that a conference committee be appointed. Is there objection? The chair hears none and appoints the senators from the 30th, 51st, and 52nd as our conferees. Best wishes. Chair recognizes the senator from the 24th.
Mr. President, I ask that House Bill 1384 be lifted from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 1384, a bill by Representative Jenkins of the 132nd and others, A bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 8-2-23 of the OCGA relating to amendment and revision of codes generally, so as to require the department to amend the Georgia State Minimum Standard Codes to authorize certain uses of ungraded lumber and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Walker of the 20th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Agriculture and Consumer Affairs offers the following substitute to House Bill 1384, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 8-2-23 of the OCGA relating to amendment and revision of codes generally, so as to require the department to amend the Georgia State Minimum Standard Codes to authorize certain uses of ungraded lumber and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The distinguished senator from the 24th has asked that House Bill 1384 be lifted from the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it has been lifted. Chair now recognizes the senator from the 24th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great bill for the great people of the great state of Georgia. This bill makes it to where Georgia's state standard code includes rough cut lumber to be able to be used such as in shops, barns, sheds. I ask you to vote green for the great people of the great state of Georgia. Thank you. I yield the will.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1384? The chair sees none. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agree with the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. And the report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 4. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 11th.
Mr. President, I request House Bill 969 be removed from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 969, a bill by Representative Smith of the 18th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 13 of Title 33 of the OCGA relating to insurance holding company systems, so as to update the regulation of insurance company holding systems per direction from the National Association of Insurance Commissioners, to provide for definitions, to provide guidelines for group capital calculation in insurance company holding systems, to provide guidelines for liquidity stress test framework for insurance company holding systems, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burke of the 11th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The senator from the 11th has asked that House Bill 969 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken from the table. The chair now recognizes the doctor from Bainbridge to present House Bill 969.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 969 is a Department of Insurance bill that provides transparency to the holding company system. It's also required for NAIC accreditation. I appreciate your support, and I'll yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill? All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to remove from the table House Bill 92.
Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 92, a bill by Representative Gamble of the 15th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 31-10-25 of the OCGA relating to disclosure of information contained in vital records and transfer of records to state archives and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Government Oversight recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Harbin of the 16th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Government Oversight Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 92, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 31-10-25 of the OCGA relating to disclosure of information contained in vital records and transfer of records to state archives and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The senator from the 50th is asked for unanimous consent that House Bill 92 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken from the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 50th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a simple, straightforward bill. What it is doing is it is decreasing the number of years from 100 to 75, the number of years that have elapsed after the date of death or application for marriage or divorce, dissolution of marriage or annulment, for the records to be transferred to the state archives. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to take them.
Did you ask if there was questions?
Yes.
Chair recognizes the good senator from the 41st with a question. To your right.
Does the good senator yield?
I do.
So, Senator, is it true that if someone were to get divorced kind of secretly 75 years ago, that this would become open and a matter of public record if we were to pass this?
Yes, 75 years from now, it would be sent to the state archives.
And would it be further true that that information, therefore, would be searchable by anybody who might want to out them for their secret divorce?
Yeah, right now it takes 100 years. This would make it 75. So in 75 years, it would be transferred to the state archives.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
You don't appear to have any more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 92? The chair sees none. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? The chair hears none. The committee sub is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 1039 be removed from the table.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 1039, a bill by Representative Jackson of the 128th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-7-40.34 of the OCGA relating to tax credit for Class 3 railroads and reporting so as to extend the income tax credit for expenditures on the maintenance of railroad track owned or leased by Class 3 railroads and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Hufstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance offers the following substitute to House Bill 1039, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 7 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to imposition, rate, commutation, exemptions, and credits relative to state income taxes and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 32nd has asked for unanimous consent that House Bill 1039 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is removed from the table. The chair recognizes the good senator from the 32nd to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is to help our rural health care. It provides for a rural health care professional tax credit of $5,000, and it expands the people who are eligible. So now, in addition to physicians, it would include dentists, nurse practitioners, and physician's assistants with a 5-year cap and an aggregate cap of $2 million. Be happy to answer any questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th to speak to the measure. He waves. Chair now recognizes the appropriations chairman. He waves. You want me to keep going down the row? No, we're not recognizing the rules chairman. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair sees none. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? Chair hears none. The committee sub is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 55, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st.
Mr. President, I request that House Resolution 204 be raised from the table.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Resolution 204 by Representative Gillard of the 162nd and others, a resolution recognizing Judge Willie J. Lovett Jr. and dedicating a building in his memory and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules recommend that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Mullis of the 53rd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Rules offers the following substitute to House Resolution 204, a resolution recognizing Judge Willie J. Lovett Jr. and dedicating a building in his memory and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 1st has asked for unanimous consent that House Resolution 204 be raised from the table. Is there objection? Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. President. This has to do with naming a building for Judge Willie Lovett. Distinguished career, Yale undergrad, Harvard Law School, clerk to 11th Court Circuit of Appeals, legal career of 25 years, and was judge juvenile court. And it is a juvenile justice center, YDC, that's being built, and this is asking for that building to be named after him. I ask for your favorable consideration.
You don't appear to have any questions. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the resolution? The chair sees none. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? The chair hears none. The committee sub is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the adoption of the resolution? Chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the adoption of the resolution by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the adoption of the resolution by substitute, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 8th.
I'm going to see if I can do this like the rules chairman. Mr. President, may I please humbly ask that HB 1331 be catapulted from the table.
I'm not certain he's humbly asked for anything, but I like to try. Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 1331, a bill by Representative Meeks of the 178th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 34 of the OCGA relating to labor and industrial relations, so as to change certain provisions relating to the State Employment Service and the Employment Security Administrative Fund and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Committee of the Senate on Appropriations recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Tillery of the 19th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The short and to the point senator from the 8th has asked that House Bill 1331 be taken from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the chair recognizes the senator from the 8th. We've only got 4 hours till dinner.
I'll try to do it in 3, Mr. President. Today I bring to you Governor's Bill 8, it's HB 1331. It has to do with the WIOA funding, which is a 4-title federal program that contracts with the states. The technical colleges are already handling 2 of the titles. This deals with the Wagner-Pizer part of it, which is the Title III part. Duplicate services. Department of Labor and technical colleges are doing the same thing. And so what we're doing is moving the employment services part of that money to the technical colleges. They've already, with all the other programs that they have been handling, they far exceed the national average. It's just a good bill, customer service bill. The technical colleges already have the contacts with the employers, and they also can help the folks that are looking for employment continue their education. So if I have any questions, be glad to take them.
I never thought I'd say this, but you actually did that too quickly. And there's a lot of questions.
Okay.
Chair recognizes the distinguished rules chairman to your left.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you're the governor's 3rd favorite floor leader? So would you say this is a governor's bill?
Yes, sir.
Chair recognizes, continuing down the row, the senator from the 18th with a serious question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you very eloquently presented this bill on the substance, and I just really have one question. Do the origins of this legislative initiative come from the governor's office?
Yes, sir. Governor Brian P. Kemp.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up, Senator. That's all I have.
Thank you, Senator.
The chair now recognizes the senator from the 19th with another serious question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
Senator, is this a governor's bill?
Yes, sir.
The chair now recognizes the next senator in that aisle, the senator from the 17th.
Does Senator Yield?
Yes, sir.
Senator, you mentioned this was a governor's bill. Did you run this by the 2 full leaders for the governor before you presented it?
Yes, sir, I did. I think with that, Mr. President, I'm going to yield the well. I ask you your favorable consideration.
That was going to be my advice. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1331? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. For what purpose does the minority leader rise?
Mr. President, is it not true that the senator left the well without confirming whether that was the governor's bill or not?
I'm certain he's going to head your direction and tell you all about it. For what purpose does the good senator from the 20th rise?
Parliamentary inquiry,
State
please.
your inquiry.
I think I understood, I'm not clear on this, but I think I understood that this was the governor's bill, but I wonder if the esteemed governor's floor leader ran it by the lieutenant governor's floor leader.
All of a sudden, I'm seeing a bunch of red buttons up here. You're going to learn. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 42, the nays are a strong 9. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 16th.
Mr. President, would you lift from the table, elevate it, just bring it off? HB 1045.
I can only ask the question. I can't do it myself. Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 1045, a bill by Representative Gaines of the 117th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 9 of Title 34 of the OCGA relating to workers' compensation so as to extend the time period for the dissolution of the subsequent injury trust fund and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burke of the 11th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offers the following substitute to House Bill 1045. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Title 34 of the OCGA relating to labor and industrial relations so as to change certain provisions relating to employment security and workers' compensation, to extend certain provisions relating to the rate of employer contributions, and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Harbin of the 16th offers the following amendment, number 1, to amend the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor substitute to House Bill 1045 by replacing lines 1 through 3 with the following: to amend Titles 33 and 34 of the OCGA relating to insurance and labor and industrial relations, to change certain provisions relating to life and unemployment insurance and workers' compensation, to provide for life insurers' requirement to review the National Association of Insurance Commissioners' Life Insurance Policy Locator Service, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 16th is asked for unanimous consent that House Bill 1045 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and it's removed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 16th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. The underlying bill does several things. It delays a tax rate increase on the unemployment compensation tax. The subsequent injury trust fund was placed into place. It's being terminated for people who were injured on the job, and then you hire them, and it was paying for their secondary injuries that were there. That fund is being dissolved over time. The bill extends the sunset and locks in the increases. It adds another board member to the Board of Trustees, and it will delays the dissolution of the fund until 2026. It also requires an annual reporting from the fund administrator to the fund. The endorsement, or excuse me, the amendment, the second amendment that was presented, is a bill that we've passed out of this chamber unanimously, and it simply does this for the citizens of Georgia. It requires the life insurance companies of this state that do business in this state to check the national database, and if you want to find a policy on a person, you can look at the National Association has a policy locator, but there's no teeth to it, and what this does, it requires each company to check that at least annually so you could find a life insurance policy on the loved one that you've got that has passed away. So it's a way to find a policy when you don't know if there is a policy, and that passed out of here unanimously last year, and that's what it does. No question.
You do have a question. The chair recognizes the senator from the 27th to your right.
Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman Neal.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us more what the subsequent injury trust fund is and what the pathway is out of it? Because I understand it was stated that while this bill is only extending it to 2026, that the chairman actually said that it's going to be extended to 2042. And I know this is costing us $150 million. In this year's budget, it's going to be another $300 million in the time of the sunset, and I'm just concerned that we're continuing to pay hundreds of millions of dollars for this. I'm wondering where the value is for the taxpayer.
In the committee meeting that we had, actuarially, they've got enough money to deal with the claims that are there, understanding that these are claims that have occurred prior when you hired someone, and you would hire them, and if they were injured and there were subsequential loss because of not injury on the job when they were hired, but because of past injuries. What this does is extends that so that there's adequate funding, and the idea behind it, as it was explained to us, was to dissolve the plan, and that money would go back into the general fund once that's satisfied.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
You don't appear to have any more questions. The chair recognizes the senator from the 36th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I wanted to share some information about this House bill. I think it's safe to say that a lot of us don't consider ourselves expert on this subject matter of the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, but it has risen to the level of attention when we look at what the track record of the Labor Department has been as jobs shut down and claims were filed for uninsurance for the UI checks of people all across the state, and there was a huge backlog a huge draw on the fund, and many, many people poorly served by the department. It caused great concern all across the state and still does. One of the parts of this bill extends the suppression of the employer contribution rate and their assessment of administrative assessment for 4 years. Now, the new Department of Labor Commissioner will be elected this year and will take over that job, and frankly, that's when we should make a decision about what to do about the trust fund. Suppressing the employer contribution rate is actually unwise, and this bill proposes to reduce it below what state law would require. And the evidence and the plain facts, folks, are that the trust fund is far below solvency, and it needs adequate funding to be restored to solvency. I could give you the numbers and the details. It's late in the day, but the trust fund is not currently at an adequate level of solvency, not enough money there. And the big news is that federal COVID dollars are being diverted to prop up the unemployment trust fund. The governor diverted $1.6 billion in federal CARES Act money away from helping families hard hit by the pandemic into the unemployment insurance trust fund. And there's more that's being proposed to be diverted. The DOL has requested an additional $800 million from the governor for the $4.8 billion from the $4.8 billion Federal American Rescue Plan Act and state and local fiscal recovery funds. More than twice the total amount the governor made available for grants to address negative economic impact to Georgians harmed by COVID. So what you're doing when you vote on this bill, you are excusing employers for 4 years from paying their administrative assessment fee and the employer contribution rate into the fund. Georgia has one of the lowest employer contribution rates to the unemployment system in the country. Last year, we were 43rd in the nation. So these are facts I don't expect many of us to have our arms around at this point. It's complex, but what the bottom line is, we're spending federal COVID funds to put into that fund and excusing the employers from their obligation. Some of you may say that is fine, but I'd say wisdom would dictate that we need a full administrative assessment to have the resources to operate properly and update badly needed technology. We saw the situation when our constituents could not get any kind of timely service out of the Department of Labor. Folks, it was a crisis. Do you know what other states did? They brought in the National Guard to staff the phones and the call centers in order to serve our citizens who were in need. You know, people lost their homes, they lost their cars, they went into all sorts of temporary housing because they didn't get that unemployment check that was due to them in any kind of timely way. And we're now faced with people who got an unemployment check, now hearing from the Department of Labor, oh, that was a mistake, and you've got to refund what came to you. So you can see that there are numerous issues here, and to pass this bill in haste would be, I think, very, very misguided, to say the least. We now are heartened that with the pattern from the federal government, all those folks that you know that have gotten a letter from the Department of Labor saying, you owe us money, we issued you more money than you were due, and you now have to pay it back. And this is for people who don't have an extra $300, much less $1,000 or $2,000. The good news there is that the Department of Labor, following the federal leadership, has set up a process for people who are being told that they have to pay that back money. There's a process for that to be waived. If you have any constituents that are in that situation, have gotten this frightening letter from the Department of Labor, get word to them that there is now an appeals process that's been set up to waive, relieve people of having to pay back that money. That is a sidebar, but it's not an unimportant one if you know people that have gotten that kind of letter from the Department of Labor. But I will yield for questions, but I would think that the wisest thing to do would be to work on this issue. I had an amendment to propose that the new Commissioner of Labor next year take all this and assess it. And we ran into as the chairman from the 16th will tell you, we ran into a kerfuffle on getting that amendment on your desks in a timely manner. But it would simply change the date to 2023 and let the Labor Commissioner get their arms around this situation. But for goodness sake, don't dig a deeper hole than we've already got over there by this careless removal of employers' responsibility to pay into that fund. If there are any questions, I'll yield. If not, I'll yield the well, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd to your left with a question.
Does the senator yield?
Thank you. Yes.
I had a couple questions, Senator. Isn't it true that the Subsequent Injury Trust Fund is already moving to the Office of the Commissioner of Insurance?
Yes, the bill has different sections, and originally the main section was the Subsequent Injury Trust Fund, which is going through a transition and being moved, as the lady from the 32nd states. That's right. So I'm not taking issue with that at all. That's a work in progress.
Would you further yield for
Thank
a couple
you.
more? Isn't it also true that this bill adds representation from injured workers?
For the Subsequent Injury Trust Fund?
Correct.
Yes, it does. And it digs a 4-year hole in relieving employers of paying into the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. That's my concern.
Do you yield for one more? Isn't it true that it adds a reporting requirement to the General Assembly that doesn't exist now, so that we can keep up with what the Subsequent Injury Trust Fund is doing?
That's right. Subsequent Injury Trust Fund's been over there in the shadow. We don't want to leave the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund in the shadows. We saw what happened. The fund is not solvent now, and we need to be bringing in the employer contributions to the fund, not suspending them. And I would support suspending for 1 year only. No further questions. I'll yield.
You have no more questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1045? The chair sees none. What purpose does the senator from the 11th rise?
Mr. President, I'd like to move to table House Bill 1045.
There's no debate on that. The senator from the 11th has moved that House Bill 1045 be placed on the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's placed on the table. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th.
Mr. President, in honor of Theodore Roosevelt and the lakes and streams that exist here in our beautiful state, I move that the Senate disagree to the House substitute to SB 516.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
Senate Bill 516, a bill by Senators Robertson of the 29th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 8 of Title 12 of the OCGA relating to general provisions of solid waste management so as to require that the Environmental Protection Division to contract with the Department of Revenue to collect certain fees, to specify the manner in which funds appropriated to the Solid Waste Trust Fund shall be used and for other purposes. Mr. President, the House Committee on Ways and Means recommend that this pass by a substitute. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 29th has moved that the Senate disagrees to the House substitute to Senate Bill 516. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and this Senate has disagreed. All right, we're now moving on to list number 2 that has been placed on your desk previously. Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to remove from the table House Bill 554.
Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 554, a bill by Representative Gunter of the 8th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 9 of Chapter 14 of Title 44 of the OCGA relating to lis pendens so as to revise when an action may operate as a lis pendens, to require issuance by a court, to provide for procedures and qualifications for issuance, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Judiciary Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 554, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 14 of Title 44 of the OCGA relating to mortgages, conveyances to secure debt, and liens, so as to revise when an action may operate as a lis pendens, to provide for lis pendens docket, indexing, and recording fees, to provide for entry of dismissal, settlement, or final judgment, and for the purposes. Mr. President, Senators Jordan of the 6th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend the Senate substitute to House Bill 554 by striking on line 6 in non-domestic relations matters, by striking on line 7 in non-domestic relations matters, by striking lines 15 through 56 and inserting 44-14-610 and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 50th has asked that House Bill 554 be taken from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's taken off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 50th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to bring you House Bill 554. This bill deals with lis pendens, which is Latin for suit pending. What it does is it does two main things. Number one, if someone files a lis pendens against a piece of property and that lis pendens is dismissed, the person who brings the lis pendens is responsible for recording that. The second thing that it does is allows a property owner to object to a lis pendens, and the court, would have to hear the objection. There's a friendly amendment, and I'd like to yield the well to the senator from the 6th to explain her amendment.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 554? Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th to present amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. President. This amendment is pretty straightforward. In the version of the bill before us, domestic lawyers, that is, divorce lawyers, were carved out of these new requirements. There's really no reason for certain cases not to have to comply with this new rule. This amendment just changes the bill so that it applies to all cases where a lis pendens has been filed when the disposition or ownership of real property is at issue in a lawsuit. Thank you. I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 554 or amendment number 1? The chair sees none. All right, we'll take up the adoption of amendment number 1. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 1? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is adopted. Now the questions on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to the adoption of committee substitute as amended? Chair hears none. The committee substitute as amended is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. And the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that House Bill 389 be removed from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 389, a bill by Representative Jones of the 25th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 34 of the OCGA relating to employment security, so as to change the definition of employment to include services performed by an individual for wages unless the Department of Labor makes a contrary determination based on evidence that such individual has been and will continue to be free from control or direction over the performance of such services and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burke of the 11th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor offers the following substitute to House Bill 389, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 34 of the OCGA relating to employment security so as to change the definition of employment to include services performed by an individual for wages unless the Department of Labor makes a contrary determination based upon evidence that such individual has been and will continue to be free from control and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 17th is asked for unanimous consent that House Bill 389 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes the senator from the 17th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the Senate, House Bill 389 This bill deals with an issue of misclassification of workers, and it basically just codifies a standard that'll be used when someone's trying to determine whether or not an individual is an employee or an independent contractor. Happy to answer any questions.
Chair, you have no questions.
Sure.
Somebody pushed your button. I wonder who it is.
Senator from the 19th, you have a question? Okay.
He
I'll yield the
waves.
will.
Well, you get the budget passed, and now I'm going to leave it alone. End on good terms. Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 389? Chair sees none. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? The chair hears none. The committee sub is adopted. Is there objection to the agreeing of the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to remove HB 1 from the table.
Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 1, a bill by Representative Bonner of the 72nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 1 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to education generally, so as to provide for public forums at public institutions of higher education, to prevent the creation of free speech zones at public institutions of higher education, and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 14th is asked unanimous consent that House Bill 1 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Recognizes the senator from the 14th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1 will protect and clarify the First Amendment rights our students should enjoy on our public colleges and universities. The bill seeks to accomplish this in two ways. First, by protecting what students may say. Second, protecting where they can exercise free speech. It protects what students can say by ensuring that public universities and colleges do not ban expressive activity while on campus, so long as their conduct is lawful and does not disrupt the functioning of what that college or university is doing. It protects where they can speak by banning so-called free speech zones or areas of campus that are designated for free speech, rather than all the commonly accessible areas of campus. It also clarifies that universities can impose published reasonable time, place, and manner restrictions on speech that are content neutral and not directed toward a specific group. To note, it only applies to public universities and technical colleges in Georgia. 2, it prohibits universities and colleges from banning any expressive activity, free speech, while on campus as long as their conduct is lawful and does not disrupt the functioning of the university. Mr. President, with that, I'll yield the well, because I'm sure we have people that would like to speak to this issue.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. On Friday, this Senate body passed a bill, HB, I think it was 1084, censoring speech in K through 12 education, which was the quote-unquote divisive concepts bill. We also had our own version under a different Senate bill number. The driving principle behind that bill passed Friday, as far as I can tell, is that speech about systemic racism should be censored in public schools. That bill originally was generated by the Heritage Foundation. But now, our next convening later, we are poised to pass legislation with a diametrically opposite premise. This legislation that is under consideration at the moment is brought to us by another interest group, the American Legislative Exchange Council. And it is worth noting that right before this legislation was issued and written and disseminated across the nation by ALEC, there was an event at the University of Florida where counter-protesters tried to drown out a speech made by Richard Spencer, the well-known and notorious white supremacist. And that incident was just a few short months after the events at the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. So my point is that having these two bills, 1084 and 1, passed together, telegraphs that this chamber and the majority party in charge of it isn't really operating under any particular principle related to free speech. And then when you add in the passage of SB 171 out of this body, which was the bill tightening up a lot of requirements on protests, requiring permits for that type of speech. Also, that legislation does not make an allowance for spontaneous assembly, which is something that is protected under the Constitution. It's sort of head-scratching and frankly a little bit incomprehensible as to what policy or thought process this body is operating under as it relates to free speech. So on the one hand, the majority is aiming to censor discussion of systemic racism in an educational environment. But on the other hand, the majority is aiming to protect the speech of white supremacists in an educational environment. A high school senior will graduate under the strictures of HB 1084, where we have insisted that there be no discussion of systemic racism. And 2 months later, matriculate to a different public university school in Georgia, where we have defined public forums and protected divisive speech. My guiding principle is that the First Amendment makes HB 1084 problematic and this bill, HB 1, unnecessary. What it looks like is that we are somewhat thoughtlessly pandering to interest groups and misinformed citizens who have been spun up to fear things that don't exist at any scale. Certainly not a scale that should invite state-level legislation. We should absolutely protect free speech. And good news, the First Amendment to the U.S. Constitution already does just that. And importantly, if we are going to add on to that and the huge body of constitutional court law that already exists in the free speech context, we should attempt to do so in a way that has some intellectual continuity and doesn't seem so blatantly hypocritical. Additionally, there are a couple of more substantive issues with this legislation. First, it contains unacceptably vague language around what is allowed or disallowed for counter-protests, and most concerningly to me, gives carte blanche for any guest of any person affiliated with the university to speak. It allows for a minor, fleeting, or brief disturbance of the speech, but it does not allow for an unquantified, loud or sustained noise or vocalization. Pretty vague, hard to know what's going to be allowed or disallowed. Another thing that I think is worth noting is that colleges and universities are a unique environment. They're not like the rest of public spaces. And that's because community and educational spaces are intertwined. With living spaces on campuses, students don't always have a choice where they live. So we do want our college administrators to have some leeway to protect students, many of whom are barely adults, from hate speech that disrupts the academic community. One good note is that this bill has been amended from the version that passed out of here several years ago, and an important change was made. At that time, the universities were opposed to the bill. This version does give them a little bit more leeway in time, place, and manner restrictions. But fundamentally, this bill still displays a hypocrisy that the majority party is eager to censor left-wing views and speech while trying in the same breath to bolster right-wing speech. Thank you, Mr. President. If there are no questions, I will yield the well.
You have a question. Chair recognizes the senator from the 33rd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Certainly, to my friend from Cobb.
Is it correct for us to understand that you are not comfortable with the message sent from the Georgia Senate chamber by these two bills you just discussed?
I think they lack, Senator, an intellectual through line that establishes any sort of guiding foundational principle as it relates to free speech. And one indicates we don't value free speech, the other one indicates we do. And so I find them hypocritical and frankly just pandering to incidents that are really not of consequence, inviting any need for state-level legislation to people who are frankly misinformed and have been spun up by right-wing media.
You have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
The chair recognizes the senator from the 48th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wanted to ask this as a question, but now we'll just talk about it up here. My points relate to some very specific lines in the bill. So the question is about lines 138 through 143. In these lines, the bill reads that, quote, conduct or expressive activity shall not be considered a material or substantive disruption if it's minor, brief, or fleeting and isolated and short in duration. So that's lines 138 to 143. In line 135, it also refers to speech that would be considered materially or substantively disruptive as that which creates a, quote, loud or sustained noise or vocalization. So my concern here is it doesn't quantify what is considered loud or brief, et cetera. For example, it doesn't say that allowed noise would be greater than 100 decibels or noise that would be audible at more than 200 feet, something like that. And it doesn't say that brief is less than 30 minutes. It doesn't give any quantitative definition of these terms. So my concern about this is, given that this bill is presented ostensibly to protect free speech, my concern is that the parameters for permitted speech as defined in the bill are too vague, which I worry could lead to subjective or arbitrary enforcement, which could actually have the effect of allowing schools to squelch free speech, which I'm sure is not what the author of the bill wants. That is my point. I will yield for questions, or I will yield the well.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agree in the report of the committee which is favorable to the push your button. Snapping fingers don't get my attention at the right times. Chair recognizes the senator from the 14th to close the debate.
My apologies, Mr. President. It's interesting that you're hearing the debate that this is quelching freedom of speech and it's unnecessary. You know, it's interesting if we look at this, Georgia Gwinnett College, and I'm not even going to attempt to try and pronounce the name, but Uzaganamba versus Presnick, that case. Let's go to Kennesaw State University, Young Americans from Freedom versus Harmon. Let's go down to Kennesaw State again, Christie versus Owens. Let's go to University of Georgia, Young Americans versus Liberty. Go to Valdosta State, Barnes versus Zachary. Let's go to Georgia Tech, Sklar versus Clow. Let's go to Savannah State, Commission 2, Love versus Yarborough. University of Georgia, once again, Beta Chi versus Adams. Ladies and gentlemen, I can go on and on. That right now, there is no freedom of speech on here. That's why this is necessary. It ends these speech zones by protecting where and when all students can speak. So when it is, the narrative is somehow we're quelching the left while allowing the radical right to speak, that is fundamentally untrue. This avoids the overreach of alternative proposals that mandate punishments of students and protesters and creates additional help. Listen, students continue to go to school under policies that are contrary, listen to me, contrary to the Supreme Court's First Amendment precedent, harming our students as well as the university's culture, as one of the senators already said. He said, listen, this is a little different on college campuses, and you're right. And what this seeks to do is give the colleges the opportunity to make sure they're not being sued over this. Do not be misled. This is not for the right or the left. It's for all of our students. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
Senator has closed the debate. Is there objection to agree in the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 33, the nays are 18. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 18th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask for unanimous consent that HB 1275 be removed from the table, please.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 1275, a bill by Representative Rich of the 97th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 32 of Title 36 of the OCGA relating to municipal courts generally, so as to revise provisions related to appointment and removal of municipal court judges, to provide for vacancies in office and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 18th has asked for HB 1275 to be removed from the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes the senator from the 18th to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. HB 1275 has been worked on by really all the stakeholders, and it's requested by the municipal court judges. They worked with GMA prior to filing the legislation, and what it does really is two things. It clarifies provisions relating to the appointment of municipal court judges, and it also clarifies the code sections that are currently in law about removal of municipal court sections, municipal court judges. The code currently already provides that municipal court judges shall serve a minimum of 1 year, and this clarifies that the judges shall serve for a minimum of 1 year regardless of whether or not there's a written contract for their service. It also provides that these judges may be removed as a municipal court judge only for cause, and that the judge whose employment is being terminated is entitled to basic due process. Something we would think would be in there but is not written in the code and will be added if y'all pass the bill. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, Mr. President.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you. Urge your favorable consideration for this, and we yield the will.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1275? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agree in the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 45th for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respectfully request that House Bill 1280 be elevated from the table.
Senator from the 45th has asked for House Bill 1280 to be taken off the table. Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 1280, a bill by Representative Lim of the 99th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 6 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to municipal taxation so as to revise provisions concerning the duties of county tax commissioners with respect to the assessment and collection of municipal taxes and fees and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Finance Committee offers the following substitute to House Bill 1280. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the OCGA relating to ad valorem taxation so as to require the State Revenue Commissioner to contract with the Board of the Employees Retirement System of Georgia to offer certain county tax commissioners the option to participate in a state-administered deferred compensation plan, to provide for a limited state match of contributions and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 45th has asked that House Bill 1280 be taken off the table. Is there objection? There is objection. There's no debate, and this goes right to the board. All those in favor of taking House Bill 1280 off the table will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 50, the nays are 3, and House Bill 1280 has been taken off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 45th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate colleagues, I bring before you House Bill 1280. This is a bipartisan bill that passed unanimously in the House. It also passed unanimously in Senate Finance. It regards how a county tax commissioner contracts with municipalities to collect taxes, fees, and assessments, and ultimately helps ensure that our local taxpayers aren't paying more for these services than they should. In addition, this bill will set up a deferred compensation plan for county tax commissioners, which is important because despite being a constitutional officer, currently about 71 of tax commissioners in the state of Georgia are ineligible for a public retirement plan. This bill will take the current patchwork three-tier system from how it is done today, which depends on how many tax parcels are in a county and whether a county may have 14 or more municipalities, and creates one system where the county tax commissioner and the municipalities in that county have a seat at the table with equal bargaining power to negotiate these contracts. These parties must also explicitly dedicate what is approximately the cost of these services and separately what they are getting in additional compensation beyond the cost. This bill also sets a cap on these additional compensation for the county tax commissioner can receive no more than 50% of their base minimum salary. I would like to also thank a bipartisan group from Gwinnett County and the Senate delegation and the House delegation last session for initially dealing with this issue. I'm grateful for each and every one of y'all doing that. I'd also like to thank Representative Lim and Chuck F. Stration, Representative F. Stration, for revisiting this issue to ensure uniformity in this matter. Would be happy to answer any questions, and if there are none, I'll yield the well, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 23rd with a question.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 20th for business inside the Capitol.
Without objection, the senator from the 20th is excused. You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes the senator from the 21st to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. And Before I start, I want to tell you I have the utmost respect from the senator from the 45th who presented this bill, and we've worked together on a lot of things. But I rise in opposition of this bill, HB 1280. As my seatmate from the 20th says, this is a bad bill. This bill really targets 3 tax commissioners in the state, but it definitely targets my tax commissioner in Fulton County. And before our current Fulton County tax commissioner became tax commissioner, our collection rate was right about 78%. Now it's 99%. That's good for all the citizens of Fulton County. Now, I will say he does benefit financially by selling the liens and making money. I don't think that's a bad thing because I like a 99% tax collection rate. We always talk about we want to run government like business, and that's exactly what he's done, and that's a great example of that. Now, I've heard some argue that he makes more money than the president. Well, so do our presidents of our research universities, and some of our department heads that run our agencies make more than the president. And I don't begrudge anybody for making money if they do a good job and run things very efficiently. The reason I am in opposition is because of the unintended consequences. If the tax commissioner loses his incentive, our tax rate will reverse from 99% back to 78%, hurting the hardworking Georgians that are paying these taxes. The burden will fall on the individuals that are paying the taxes, and our services will have to be cut if we don't collect the taxes. I am for people paying their taxes. I am for a 99% collection rate. So I'm against this bill, and I would ask you to vote no on HB 1280. Mr. President, if there are no questions, I yield the well.
You have no questions.
I would ask for your opposition to this bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to commend the senator from the 45th for this excellent piece of legislation. We have 3 tax commissioners, the senator from 21st just mentioned, which is true, some of which are making close to $500,000 a year for doing their job. There is no one else in city, county, school, or state government that we pay $200,000 or $300,000 more a year to actually do their job. That's an insult to everyone else who comes and works every single day and does what they're supposed to do. If someone doesn't want to collect the taxes for the salary we pay them, there's an option for that. Resign, and we will put someone in place who can. This is good government. It's long past time that the Fulton County Tax Commission and other people are not making $500,000 a year for doing the job they're supposed to do anyway. Thank you. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes, for what purpose is the senator? Chair recognizes the senator from the 2nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I rise in opposition to House Bill 1280. Currently, in Chatham County, our collection rate is 98%. When our tax commissioner took over, it was hovering around 79%. But she got in and got the work done. Because what they're not talking about is that Chatham County is a lot like other counties. There's many other municipalities that the tax commissioner must collect taxes that are uncompensated for. So there is no incentive to collect taxes in other smaller cities when they don't get compensated for. So they need to be incentivized to do the right thing and put vigor into it. So I rise in opposition to 1280. When we look at big corporations who have multi-million dollars corporations, they make millions of dollars. And you've got to look at our tax commission. They run a multi-million-dollar business collecting our money. They should be compensated for that. I rise in opposition to House Bill 1280 and urging everyone. I join forces with my friend, the senator from the 21st, to vote on this bipartisan measure, to vote against 1280. Mr. President, I'm sorry, the senator from the 21st.
Do you yield for questions?
Yes, sir.
I
Mr.
recognize him. Chair recognizes the senator from the 21st for a
Thank-
question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
Would it not be true if your collection rate now goes from 98% to the 78% you said it was previously?
Yes, sir.
Your city officials or your county officials will have to cut services? Wouldn't that be true? If they
Absolutely.
don't collect the taxes?
Absolutely, sir. The senator knows of which he speaks.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. President, if there are no further questions, I
You
yield
have
the
an
way.
additional question. Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th to your left.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the senator yield?
Yes, sir, my friend from the 56th.
Thank you, Senator. Senator, could you share with us the name of the tax commissioner in Chatham County?
The name of the tax commissioner is Chatham County, I know quite well, is Commissioner Sonia Walker Jackson.
Is that a relationship to you, Senator?
Has a personal relationship with me, Senator. That's why I know so much about the tax commissioner office. Has a personal relationship. She's in the gallery. I mean, she's with us today. And yes, she also serves as my sister.
Senator, let
Proudly.
me give you a yield for another question.
Yes, sir.
So I just want to make sure I understood that. The tax commissioner whom you spoke of in Chatham County is your sister.
Yes, sir.
Senator, are you further yield?
Yes, sir.
Will you be excusing yourself from this vote?
I get no personal financial reward for voting yea or nay on this measure, sir.
Senator, can you give me one more example of anybody who serves in city, county, school, or state government that gets to take a fee from the work that they do? Can you name one position for me, please?
Well, sir, I will tell you, when we look at big businesses, when we look at corporate America, they get bonuses for the work that they do. When we look at businesses like Walmart and Delta and big corporations, they get compensated fairly for when they go over and above their profit.
Senator, if you'll further yield, we're talking
Yes,
about those that work for the government. So can you please name for me one position in city, county, school, or state government that gets compensated in that manner aside from these three tax commissioners?
Well, sir, I will tell you this, that there's no other government entity that does the job of a tax commissioner. The tax commissioner's job is actually to go out and collect revenue and they don't keep this revenue, they give it to the counties so the counties can run their operations. So their function is unique, sir. Well,
So, Senator, final question.
I will say though, sir, that when we look at sheriffs get revenue that they necessarily don't have to turn back over to the county when they resell such things like guns and they resell cars and such. That revenue goes to the sheriff's office. So that is one entity that does.
Senator, isn't it true that any revenue that is brought in from seizures and other things goes back and there's expressly written into the law of how those dollars are supposed to be used in order to enhance public safety in the form of buying capital purchases and has nothing to do with somebody's salary? Is that not true?
It goes back into the budget, sir, that the sheriffs have the discretion to use, at their will under the law.
Senator, isn't that absolutely an incorrect statement that you just said? That is actually governed under law to begin with, and there's nothing different. So final question. Senator, you truly believe that three people ought to get paid differently than every single person that serves in city, county, school, and state government?
I think that we should let people do the jobs that they're elected to do, sir. Thank you. Mr. President, if there are no other questions, I yield the well.
There is a question. He waves. You have no more questions. Chair recognizes the senator from the 53rd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm glad to be here after I found my cane. Somebody must have needed it because it wasn't anywhere near me until I found it hanging on the TV camera. But I am up here in favor of this measure. It is ridiculous for an elected official to get all this extra money that is not part of his legal job. This bill kind of caps it, and that's a good thing, but to think that this is okay is ridiculous. It's amazing that should we get paid for every city, extra city that we represent or something? Of course not. This is their job, and they should not get extra money for doing it. No matter what part of their jurisdiction, that's their job. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the senator from the 45th for this great legislation. Having worked in a large consolidated government for 31 years, having served beside an incredible tax commissioner like Ms. Lula Huff in Muskogee County, and having served with a tax commissioner like Mr. Shane Fraley in Troup County, who have 100% collection rates. They have 100% collection rates because they do their job, not because they establish a business inside of their jobs. And to be clear, any monies derived from the sale of any seized products, whether it be firearms, whether it be automobiles or electronics, are managed by state and federal law. Not a penny of that money can go into the pocket of a sheriff or a deputy sheriff. That money is very clear that it has to go into a particular portion of the budget and only can be used for one thing. Colleagues, so many of us that go into public service go in it to do the right thing. There are some that go into it hoping to get wealthy, hoping to get other things. We all know that is not the reason to go into public service. There's plenty of money to be made in the private sector, and that's where it should be. This is a great piece of legislation. It's a legislation that will tap down corruption and the temptation of corruption. Again, I want to thank my brother from the 45th for bringing this legislation forward, and I strongly urge everyone to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the well.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1280? The chair sees none. The question's on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? The chair hears none. The committee sub is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. What purpose does the senator from the 9th rise?
Is it true that a yes vote on this bill prevents tax commissioners from charging excessive fees to hardworking taxpayers?
That is for each and every senator to make that determination on their own. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 7. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent to raise House Bill 1058 from the table.
Please read the caption.
House Bill 1058, a bill by Representative Williamson of the 115th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48-7-21 relating to income taxation of corporations so as to remove the requirement that affiliated corporations file separate income tax returns with the state unless the Department of Revenue has requested or pre-approved the filing of consolidated returns, to authorize Georgia affiliated groups and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Finance recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Huffstetler of the 52nd District Chairman. Additionally, a fiscal note has been attached. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 4th has asked unanimous consent to raise House Bill 1058 off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes the senator from the 4th to present House Bill 1058.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very simple tax bill, and as was stated, this was passed 100% unanimous in the Finance Committee. House Bill 1058 proposed to allow a group of parents subsidiary corporations to elect to file consolidated corporate income tax return, not brother-sister corporation. Currently, parent subsidiary corporations may file consolidated returns only upon advance discretionary approval from Georgia Department of Revenue. The proposed legislation would maintain the current consolidated return filing methodology, but would remove Department of Revenue's discretion in allowing the filings, treating all taxpayers the same. Allowing taxpayers to make the consolidated election, a small but important change, would promote predictability and uniformity among taxpayers and make our state more attractive to groups of parent subsidiary corporations. This will make it easier to do business in Georgia, and that's what we're trying to do. The Internal Revenue Service already allows this consolidation process without any permission. This bill would be effective January 1, 2023. Colleagues, I ask for your favorable support of this bill. Please press the green button. Mr. President, I yield the well.
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1058? Chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 23rd.
President, I request that House Bill 1435 be elevated from the table.
You did that better than him. And that is him. Ms. Secretary, please read the caption to House Bill 1435.
House Bill 1435. A bill by Representative Martin of the 49th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Subpart 2A of Part 3 of Article 7 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to the needs-based financial aid program so as to include eligibility for students with the financial aid gap and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Tibbins of the 37th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Higher Education offers the following substitute to House Bill 1435, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Subpart 2A of Part 3 of Article 7 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to the needs-based financial aid program, so as to include eligibility for students with a financial aid gap and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
So far, that was the funniest thing to happen in the Senate all day today. Great job. Senator from the 23rd has asked for unanimous consent that House Bill 1435 be raised from the table. Is there objection? Elevated, something like that. Chair hears none. Chair recognizes the senator from the 23rd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. And in the infamous words of Jack Hill, that was kind of funny. That's kind of funny. Colleagues, I bring you House Bill 1435. This is a gap funding, needs-based bill to assist those students in the university system that have completed 80% of their curriculum and are prepared to graduate. It fills the gap that ensures that these students graduate. It's a good bill. I encourage your favorable consideration. I yield for questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
I yield well. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 36th to speak to the measure. If I could get the doorkeeper to shut the door in the middle, please. The hallway's louder than I like to be able to hear the senator in the well.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, just briefly, I rise in support of this bill. It's long overdue. We are one of 2 states in the country that fail to have a financial aid program for based on student needs. Needs-based program is what they call it. 48 states have this. The author of the bill in the House is well aware of this and has worked on addressing this. This is a bill that's a start. I believe it's 4,000 students was the number that they were dealing with of what they expected to be able to take advantage of this. It's limited. It's a one-time $2,500 grant. What is important to understand is that our workforce needs, our families that are strapped, the people that counsel students as college counselors to try to get them from high school into post-secondary education, came to me and they wrote the story that they see children every day, young students who finish up and they don't have a way to go for post-secondary if they're not HOPE eligible. So there's a big cohort of students that are needing assistance that can thrive and fill the workforce and take pride in achieving post-secondary certificates and graduate, but we need to put the money on the table to make that possible, and we will be rewarded multiple overtimes from having these people be productive and working at their highest level. So I'm robustly in favor of this. We had a study committee last year, resolution that passed and went over to the House and couldn't get it embraced over there. But this is a step in the right direction, and many voices, including definitely the business community and our chambers of commerce, have urged us to move in this direction and applaud this effort. I'll take my seat and ask you to, let's give it a unanimous vote. How about that, Senator from the 23rd?
Senator has yielded the well. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1435? The chair sees none. The questions on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee sub? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53, the nays are 1. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. All right, we're going to stand at recess for about an hour. We're all going to catch our breath up here, let all of our folks be able to look at what the paperwork looks like. We'll see you in about an hour on the floor. Thank you. Stand at ease. The Senate will come back to order. The Senate will come back to order. Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd. Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd. For a motion on House Bill 1390 on sheet number 3.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to rush HB 1390 from the table.
Mr. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 1390, a bill by Representative Anulewicz of the 42nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 34 of the OCGA relating to sex discrimination in employment, so as to provide for a right of action against a county's or city employer for retaliation and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 42nd has asked for unanimous consent to rush off the table House Bill 1390. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'm honored to present House Bill 1390. This bill provides a cause of action for county or city employees who had experienced workplace harassment, made a charge or complaint about that harassment, and then been retaliated against as a result. So if you've experienced harassment, gone to your superiors or employers and said, I've experienced this harassment, and then they fire you or otherwise retaliate, this would create a new cause of action for that employee. And the employees that we are talking about are county or city employees. That's it in a nutshell. Happy to answer any questions if there are any. If not, I will yield the well and ask for your favorable consideration.
You do not have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Asking for a green vote on this very important bill. Thank you so much.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1390? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agree with the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. What purpose does the senator from the 32nd rise?
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 1186 be raised from the table.
Sorry, that motion is not recognized at this point. One moment. Okay. Chair recognizes the senator from the 41st.
Thank you, Mr. President. Motion to unanimously consent to excusing the senator from the 39th.
Without objection, the senator from the 39th is excused.
Recognize the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that House Bill 1186 be raised from the table.
Please read the caption. Correct?
House Bill 1186, a bill by Representatives Houston of the 170th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 44 of Title 43 of the OCGA relating to state speech language pathology and audiology licensing, so as to allow persons who are not licensed audiologists to use autoacoustic emissions or auditory brainstem response technology as part of a screening process for the initial identification of communication disorders in individuals up to age 22 and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District Chairman. That completes the order, Madam President.
The senator from the 32nd has moved that HB 1186 be removed from the table. Is there objection? Hearing none, HB 1186 is removed from the table. I recognize the senator from the 32nd District to speak to HB 1186.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope y'all can all hear me. This bill allows an individual who's properly trained to do screening for hearing deficits in children to provide this service for kids up to 22 years old. Currently, they can only go up to 3 months, and abnormal results would be referred to an audiologist. Be happy to take any questions or yield the will.
Any senator have any questions? All right, I recognize the senator from the 33rd.
Thank you, Madam President. If this is the appropriate time, I need to excuse the senator from the 35th.
It is the appropriate time. The 35th? Yes. Anyone else have any questions? All right, you have no questions,
Thank
Senator.
you. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair hears none. Just keep reading. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. For what purpose does the senator from the 24th rise?
Mrs. President, I say. Aren't you the most beautiful president we had so far today?
Maybe today. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 6th. for a point of personal privilege.
Right, y'all are almost finished with me. You know, my husband's family has deep ties to this body. His great-grandfather, Hamilton McWhorter Sr., was a senator and president of the Senate in 1933. And his great-uncle, Hamilton McWhorter Jr., also served as a senator and then as Secretary of the Senate for 25 years. But while those are the traditions of my husband and, of course, now my children, that they weren't mine. And I think for me, that is what has made serving such an honor. I was raised by a single mother who had a beauty shop, and that's where I went every day after school. And so I grew up listening to the women in my hometown talk about their lives and their problems. And what I learned was that no matter who you are, how many times you go to church or how much you pray, bad things can happen to you. And when bad things happen, everyone deserves someone to fight for them. That's why I became a lawyer. That's why I ran for office. And that's why I serve. You know, it's bittersweet to be leaving. The last 5 years have been some of the most rewarding and challenging of my life. I tell people it's been a growth experience, and I think that's true. You know, and I leave the Senate probably most proud of the gains we have made in representation with respect to women. I'm not sure if Republicans know this or not, but women make up a supermajority of the Democratic caucus now in the Senate, and that's pretty incredible, pretty incredible. And I know the number of women running and serving is only going to grow. But I have to acknowledge the deep debt of gratitude I owe to my beloved family in this great state. This great state has made my life and service possible. I believe in this body, I believe in this state, and I even believe in each of you. So I'm going to leave you with one last admonition. If you don't remember anything else I've said, if you ever need a good lawyer, you know where to find me. I yield the well.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 50th.
Hello. Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent to move from the table House Bill 1391.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 1391, a bill by Representative Gunter of the 8th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 12 of Title 17 of the OCGA relating to public defenders, so as to revise the compensation of public defenders and assistant public defenders and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 50th has asked for unanimous consent that House Bill 1391 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair now recognizes the senator from the 50th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today to bring you House Bill 1391. This is a simple bill. What it states is that each circuit public defender shall receive an annual salary that's equal to the annual salary for the district attorney in the circuit. This is a good bill. It encourages retention of public defenders, and I ask for your favorable consideration. If there's any questions, I'm happy to yield for questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1391? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agree in the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill? All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 54, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 56th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask unanimous consent that House Bill 1215 be dislocated from the table.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 1215, a bill by Representative Thomas of the 21st and others, a bill to be entitled Act to amend Code Section 20-2-2089 of the OCGA relating to funding for state charter schools, so as to remove a provision that reduced the amount of certain funding provided by state charter schools that offer virtual instruction and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. Mr. President, Senator Harbin of the 16th District and others offered the following amendment to amend House Bill 1215 by replacing lines 1 through 10 with the following: to amend Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to elementary and secondary education so as to provide that it shall be unlawful for Georgia public schools or participating private schools whose students or teams compete against a Georgia public school to operate, sponsor, or facilitate athletic programs or activities that permit a person of one gender to participate in an athletic program or activity that is designated for persons of the opposite gender and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 56 has asked that House Bill 1215 be taken off the table. Is there objection? There is objection. All those in favor of House Bill 1215 coming off the table will vote yea. Opposed, nay. The Secretary will unlock the machine. On the motion, the yeas are 35, the nays are 19, and House Bill 1215 has been taken off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 56th. For what purpose does the senator from the 41st rise?
Mr. President, at the appropriate time, I'd like to make a point of order regarding the amendment.
Well, as soon as we speak to the amendment, we'll call that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1215 is a little cleanup charter school bill. It just specifically outlines and makes some corrections to the governing authority for charter schools. And the second thing it does, if that opening opens it up in a public charter school, a child can move from the current school to that school without waiting to the next school year. It's a very simple cleanup bill, and I believe the senator from the 16th will be recognized for his amendment after me. So if there are any questions for the actual charter school part of the bill, I will take those. If not, I will yield the will.
You don't have any questions?
Thank you.
For what purpose does the senator from the 16th rise?
Mr. President, I wish to withdraw the amendment that is on the bill and say that we passed this out of this chamber once already, and we need to protect the young girls, but I understand that there is a germaneness issue to this that's been discussed and decided on, is my understanding. So we will remove this amendment.
The senator from the 16th has asked unanimous consent that amendment number 1 be withdrawn. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is dropped. Withdrawn. Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1215? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none. The main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 45, the nays are 9. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 31st.
Señor Presidente.
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Muy bien.
Gracias.
I humbly request that we take House Bill 923 from the table.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill 923, a bill by Representative Oliver of the 82nd and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 36-62-5 of the OCGA, relating to directors, officers, compensation, adoption of bylaws, delegation of powers and duties, conflicts of interest, and audits of development authorities, so as to cap the per diem allowance available to directors of certain development authorities and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Ethics recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burns of the Senator Burns, District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The senator from the 31st has asked that House Bill 923 be humbly taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes the senator from the 31st to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, House Bill 923, pretty simple bill. Basically, it's capping per diems for counties with development authorities with a population 550,000 or greater, and also requires that ethics complaints filed against these development authorities be filed with the Georgia Government Transparency and Campaign Finance Commission under this bill. If there are no questions, I'll yield the will, Mr. President.
You don't appear to have any questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 923? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 53 in recognition of the one nay. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent to reunite HB 1103 with this body.
Well done. Mr. Secretary, please read a caption.
House Bill 1103, a bill by Representative Chokas of the 138th and others. A bill to be a touted act to amend Code Section 40-2-167 of the OCGA relating to separately stated fees in a rental agreement, so as to revise the definition of heavy-duty equipment motor vehicle and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Transportation recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Gannon, the 47th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 14th has asked for unanimous consent for House Bill 1103 to be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none and recognizes the senator from the 14th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. In current statute, there's a mechanism for heavy-duty equipment rental companies to line item on their customer invoice a pro rata share of the personal property tax for that time they rent the equipment. This mechanism is currently allowed to be used on equipment above 5,000 pounds. This bill will simply be able to take that down to 1,500 pounds and above. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield to well unless there's any questions.
You don't appear to have any questions. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1103? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? Chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 46, the nays are 6. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 29th.
Mr. President, I ask that House Bill 974 be taken off the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 974, a bill by Representative Gullett of the 19th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 44 of the OCGA relating to recordation and registration of deeds and other instruments so as to require electric filing, to provide for the effect of a missing or incorrect tax parcel identification number on a recorded instrument and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Strickland of the 17th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Judiciary offers the following substitute to House Bill 974, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2 of Title 44 of the OCGA relating to recordation and registration of deeds and other instruments, so as to provide for electronic filing, to provide for the effect, and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 29th has asked unanimous consent that House Bill 974 be taken off the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none and recognizes the senator from the 29th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President, for allowing me to be notarized. Mr. President, HB 974 is a simple piece of legislation that requires the few clerks of superior courts here within our state that do not already provide the service of e-filing of deeds to do such. It is a piece of legislation that does not prevent those who already want to file their deeds to file them in the way, whether by mail or in person as they do now, but it will require them to have an electronic filing portal for those who want to come in and e-file. And if we don't have any questions, Mr. President, I would encourage everyone to support this legislation. And if no questions, I will yield the way.
You have no questions.
Thank you.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 974? The chair sees none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agree on the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Questions on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 49, the nays are 3. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Chair recognizes the senator from the 18th for a motion.
Mr. President, I humbly beg for the unanimous consent of this body that the bonds of the table be unleashed so that House Bill 1008 may soar skyward for a vote.
Now, I've heard you do really good impressions. So who's that an impression of? Not
Nobody really, Mr. President.
Okay, okay. Well, it's good. Maybe it's yours.
I was trying to imitate my rules chair here and with the energy of the rules chair, but not his voice.
The secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 1008. A bill by Representative Hawkins of the 27th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 11 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 of Chapter 9 and Title 20 of the OCGA relating to Higher Education Savings Plan and Georgia Achieving a Better Life Experience, respectively, so as to provide for the governance of the Georgia ABLE program by the Board of Directors of the Georgia Higher Education Savings Plan and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions recommends that this do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Brass of the 28th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Banking and Financial Institutions offers the following substitute to House Bill 1008. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 11 of Chapter 3 of Title 20 and Chapter 9 of Title 30 of the OCGA relating to the Higher Education Savings Plan and the Georgia Achieving a Better Life Experience, respectively, so as to provide for the governance of a Georgia ABLE program by the Board of Directors of the Georgia Higher Education Savings Plan and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Albers of the 56th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend the committee substitute to House Bill 1008 by inserting after obligations on line 8 the following: to amend Chapter 4 of Title 20 of the OCGA relating to vocational, technical, and adult education, so as to provide for a pilot program whereby qualifying private nonprofit entities provide instruction and other services for eligible students to attain a high school diploma and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 18th has asked unanimous consent that House Bill 1008 be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none. Chair recognizes the senator from the 18th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon. Oh, good evening, colleagues. We're now past the 6 o'clock hour. Hey, friends, this is a good bill. This is House Bill 1008. Back in 2016, some of us were here. This body passed the ABLE legislation, ABLE, which allowed for the disabled and their families to save in excess of $2,000 without losing their disability benefits by establishing a 529 savings plan. Considering that the administrative cost of each plan was to be borne by the family, many of who were already cash-strapped due to the extra cost of caring for disabled family members were able to avail themselves of this. The primary goal of this legislation is to create operational efficiencies for the state's because we have two programs, two 529 programs, savings programs. The highly successful Path to Savings 529 plan, and then the ABLE, ABLE, the one that we passed in 2016, 529 program, which is also known as Georgia Stable. Bringing these two programs under the leadership of one board will improve the outreach and the support to families with disabilities in the same fashion as Georgia has done for the past 20 years for the P2C families that utilize that vehicle. This legislation, what does it do? Well, it basically consolidates the two boards of these two organizations that I've just described for you. First, the 529 ABLE program and the 529 Path to College program into a single board. The state treasurer will continue to administer both programs under the oversight of a single board, which will be expanded to include the commissioner at the Department of Behavioral Health and the Developmental Disabilities, the commissioner and the Department of Community Health, and an individual with a disability, a family member with a disability, or disability advocates, The benefits are simply this: without the resources to promote the ABLE program and educate families, Georgia will continue to underachieve Georgians with, or underserve Georgians with disabilities. The state treasurer believes that this is the better way to serve these families by helping them take full advantage of both Georgia's 529 plans. It's a good move. It helps families that are in these situations, and it's a more efficient way for the money to be managed. Mr. President, I'm happy to answer any questions.
You do not have any questions.
Thank you very much. I'll yield the well. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the senator from the 31st to speak to amendment number 1.
Good evening, colleagues. Thank you, Mr. President. Amendment number 1 I want to talk to you, and I just want to say from the outset that House Bill 1008 is a great bill. It did pass the House 159-0, and we are using 1008 for a different bill, and I want to talk to you about that, what we've experienced over the last few weeks. I was hoping not to have to come down here, but I guess I'm going to have to come down here and have a conversation with you all about it. You'll remember that we passed Senate Bill 231 in this body several weeks ago with a bipartisan vote of over 50 senators, passing that bill out of this body. I would like to thank the senators that represent Macon, Savannah, Columbus, and others as we're working to build adult high schools in these communities, partnering with the private sector. But I want to tell you real briefly, my story and why this bill is important for so many Georgians as we kind of work through the issues that we're working through. Like many Americans, I grew up in a blue-collar home, and to us, the American dream was not just a phase, but it was a reality. My father was from Puerto Rico and was a Purple Heart veteran, mechanic in the trucking industry. Taught my brother that through hard work, anything was possible. Our story making it in this country is far from unique. Like millions of Georgians, people can credit their success to the American dream. But it is so much more than a talking point. It's what sets America and Georgia apart from the rest of the country. The notion that men and women of every race, nationality, income can come together and create an exceptional state in human history in this nation, in this country, is remarkable. But our people are no stranger to accomplishing remarkable things. And that's the interesting thing about this bill is it is an outside-of-the-box, innovative idea to help 311,000 Georgians who do not have a high school diploma receive an education in our state. And as we've talked about before, this impacts families that are Latino, Black, Asian, inner-city families who are living in poverty. And because of whether you want to call it the threat, or whether you want to call it because it's something different, or whether you want to call it because you don't think it's a good idea because it hadn't been done your way in the past, I will submit to you that it is insane that we have politicians in this building that want to stand in the way of something seeking better for them, families that are better for them and their families. And I will tell you also, I will not back down because I'm a freshman. I will not back down because I'm Latino. I will not back down because I'm from West Georgia. I will not back down because this is the right thing to do and help families across this state. This bill is passed, and some may say that people in this body don't want it. I submit to you they do. I submit to you that representatives across the hall want this bill, especially for the families and the representatives fighting for those communities and those inner city communities in Columbus, in Macon, in Savannah, and other parts of the state to set us apart from other states. So, Mr. President, I ask for a favorable vote on amendment number 1 because there are over 300,000 Georgians wanting a chance to succeed and depending on us to do the right thing and not play political games in this building. So, Mr. President, unless there's any questions, I yield the will.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st to your left.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you yield?
Yes, Senator.
Is it not true that this legislation passed this chamber with over 50 votes about 2 weeks ago?
That is correct, Senator.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 19th with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes.
Senator, can you explain to me the funding for this pilot program?
So in the first year, we do not have a budget request. It is being funded by the private sector. And in year 2, in the second year and subsequent years past that, I'm sure there'll be a funding request coming from the technical college system as this legislation basically sets that up under them, which is different than the first bill, which originally when the bill passed this chamber, It was set up under the Charter School Commission.
Will Senator further yield?
Yes.
So moving it out from under the Charter School Commission, can you help me understand what that does?
So us moving it from out of the Charter School Commission into the TCSG system, basically we're creating a program for adults who could not complete high school to receive a high school diploma and create a pathway off-ramp directly into the technical colleges that basically are in these three communities where these facilities are being built this year.
Will the Senator further yield?
Yes, sir.
So there are 3 facilities currently being built?
Yes. They will be open later this year.
Will the Senator further yield?
Yes.
Can you tell us where those are?
They're in Macon, Georgia, Savannah, Georgia, and Columbus, Georgia.
Will the Senator further yield?
Sure.
So help me understand then how the charter system will be involved with this now.
So the Charter School Commission won't be involved in this legislation whatsoever. So under this amendment, they will be under the technical college system of Georgia if this bill is enacted and signed by the governor.
Do you continue to yield?
Sure.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 43rd with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it not true that this piece of legislation will help underserved communities and create a pathway for a better quality of life?
Yes, Senator, that is the case, and I think it creates an opportunity to allow for private investment, but it also allows for us to do something different that has never been done in this state's history.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 26th to your right with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Yield.
Yes, sir.
Senator, how will this work? In the technical schools, we have the GED program.
Right.
So how would this work? Isn't it true that a lot of people who are trying to move forward have had difficulties and getting a high school diploma even through the GED program, because isn't it true the program is kind of fast and you have to regurgitate over a period of time all the information?
Yes, sir. It's a great question. So these individuals that will go through this high school will basically be supported with coaches and instructors to help them almost micromanage their situation in order to basically succeed and obtain that high school diploma, which I believe, as you know, Senator, the high school diploma creates and demands a greater earning power upon their graduation versus a GED. Very good question.
You have no more questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yield the will.
Any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1008 or Amendment Number 1? The chair sees none. All right, now we'll take up the adoption of Amendment Number 1. Is there objection to adoption of Amendment Number 1? The chair hears none, and Amendment Number 1 is adopted. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute as amended. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute as amended? Chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary, unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 48, the nays are 5. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. The chair recognizes the distinguished senator from the 20th.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the conference committee report on Senate Bill 218 and that another report be filed. I'll be happy to speak to this motion if you'd like me to.
Ms. Secretary, can you please read the caption on the conference committee?
Committees of Conference substitute to Senate Bill 218, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 18 of Title 15 of the OCGA relating to general provisions regarding prosecuting attorneys, so as to create the Prosecuting Attorneys Oversight Commission and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The chair recognizes the senator from the 20th to speak to his motion, which I've never seen before.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is just another in a series of embarrassing moments for me this session. The fun never ends. We made a little error, or there was an error made. I'm going to blame it on the House. Line 291, we need to fix that so we can bring it back to you perfected and ready to go.
Do you yield for questions?
I'll be happy to answer.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 42nd to your left with a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will the senator yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Senator, I was having the same thought in my head as our presiding officer. I was wondering, pursuant to what rule can we withdraw conference committee reports? Can you point me to that rule?
I'd have to refer to the Secretary of the Senate.
The secretary reminded me that he's asking for unanimous consent. That's the provision that he's asking for. That's what that's the section it's laying under.
As a courtesy.
Thank you.
You have no more questions.
Thank you.
All right, the senator from the 20th. Would any other senator wish to speak for or against the motion? The chair sees none. The senator from the 20th has asked for unanimous consent to withdraw the conference committee report on Senate Bill 218 and that another report be filed. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and the motion carries. All right, here's the posture. It is 6:18. We are on a good pace here. Thank you for all of your hard work so far. We're going to take a dinner break. In 10 minutes, dinner will be ready down in the Secretary's conference room or office or area, quadrant of the Capitol. In 10 minutes, that'll be ready for everybody, and we'll be back here in an hour, roughly. Thank you. We'll stand at ease. Senate will come back to order. The Senate will come back to order. Chair would like to recognize the senator from the 25th for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today as a goodbye to the Senate. I can remember sitting right where the senator from the 20th is. About 10 years ago now, there was a guy named Ronnie Chance that was sitting here giving his farewell to the group, and I just remember sitting there thinking I was a young freshman senator, and I said to myself, I was like, "There's no way I'll be here 10 years," you know. And but it has been a good 10 years. It's been a quick 10 years, and I've met a lot of good friends and a lot of people who have been great mentors to me throughout this time. And I want to say a special thanks to the District of 25, where I've represented for the last decade. I see my good house rep from Greene County here, Trey Rhodes, and I had just an outstanding experience serving with people like Trey Rhodes and Susan Holmes and Bruce Williamson and many others that were just real good, solid public servants. And to me, that's something that I don't think there's anything more humbling than having literally thousands of people register your name and a vote of confidence in you always representing them in all the issues that they have here at the state capitol. I will tell you this, I'm saying goodbye tonight, but I do plan on being back here in about 6 months. But at any rate, but if it doesn't happen, that's all right too, because the good Lord's always got a plan, and I've always been one that am always satisfied with whatever direction, no matter what it is, whether it was in athletics or in business or whatever. I always put my trust in my family and my faith, and that's always been able to carry me to this point. It's been a pretty good model to have, I can tell you. So I want to thank my wife Jan, who's here this evening. So. I can remember our second born, Banks. He was born on the campaign trail the first time around. So he's 9 years old and will be 10 here in a few months. But I can tell you that this has been a very, very humbling experience, and I'm so proud to be able to serve in this body and with so many good people from all around the state. And like I said, it's I don't think this is goodbye, but for right now it is a good night for the time being. And like I said, we have had a lot of fun, and I think we've done a lot of good things in the last decade, and want to continue that good work. And just want to thank everybody in this room, because it is a sacrifice to do what you do, and sacrifice on your families, sacrifice on your business, and it's something that a lot of people don't give you enough credit for what you do. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for being willing to serve. And like I said, this is a moment that I didn't think would be here so quickly, but I'm glad to have met so many of you and able to call you friends for a long time to come. So thank y'all very much, and I appreciate the opportunity to serve with everyone, and I look forward to finishing out tonight. Thank y'all.
The chair recognizes the good senator from the 7th for a point of personal privilege. Senator, if you would hold up for a moment, we've got a make a slight adjustment. Just hold on a second. Go ahead and proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first time I stood in this well, I stood on this stool. If you've been to my office, you've seen it. It's on a picture downstairs. And so with this being my last trip to the well, and with the help from Ryder and the President of the Senate, I thought it was only fitting that I end this journey here, just like it began. But as the former senator from the 19th said, Tommy Williams, whenever I was up here for my first bill, he reminded me then, as an individual who had the same restriction I have as myself, that I am tall enough. And I hope I've been able to prove my stature during my time here. This memory only reminds me of the numerous other memories that I have in this chamber with many of you and with many that come before you. So because I am tall enough, I'm going to finish this speech without the stool. So today I come to say farewell, to say thank you to this wonderful chamber, to my outstanding colleagues, and to this incredible institution that is the Georgia Senate. I will never forget the phone call that I got on the last day of February in 2012 from a friend and a mentor of mine, former State Representative Jay Roberts, telling me that my predecessor, former Senator Greg Goggins, has decided to retire and that I needed to run for this seat that I now hold. I gave Jay a number of reasons of why a 25-year-old kid would never be able to do this job, never be able to be elected. But he told me I had until lunch that day to let him know what I was going to do. He called me back at lunch, and I won't ever forget the conversation again. And after rehashing all of those same excuses I gave him at 7:30 that morning, I told him that I was in. And Jay said, "Good, I've already told everybody at the Capitol you're running." With his help, and with the help of my campaign manager and now State Representative Dominic LaRicchia, who stands in the back of the chamber, and many, many others, I was successful. And with that, 10 years ago, I was elected to this body, and it has been the honor of my lifetime to serve, represent, and fight for the good folks in the 7th Senate District. From Ocilla to St. George, Blackshear to Abbeville, Alma to Pearson, I've done my best to be the voice for South Central and Southeast Georgia here in this body. But before I get too far in this farewell, I want to make sure I first and foremost thank those constituents from Irwin, Ben Hill, Berrien, Coffee, Atkinson, Bacon, Pierce, Ware, Charlton, and Wilcox counties for giving me the privilege to be their voice under this gold dome. And because thank you for them is just not enough. Walking in this Capitol and through those doors at the back of the chamber as a young kid at 26, I still remember getting asked if I was an intern or an aide. I also remember the questionable looks and the head scratching that I got from many folks in this building, as well as many of you in this room, as to whether or not I really knew what I was doing or getting myself into. I still may not have the answers to either of those questions, but after serving with many of you for the last 10 years, I can definitely ask those same questions about a lot of you. But on a more serious note, when I first arrived, I felt like I had to prove myself and work to ensure that I belonged. And I will never forget that first time in this well, as I was being heckled, made to stand on this stool that stands beside me now, and questioned for over almost 30 minutes on a 2-line bill to advance agriculture. And yeah, I did say almost 30 minutes because many of you freshmen have gotten it easy over the last couple of years compared to the way I was treated up here. But after doing that and yielding the well and walking over there to where my desk was, former Senator and the late Senator Jack Hill got up from his seat and made his way to me over there. And he said to me, "Son, you're going to do just fine here." I know we all have a Jack Hill story, but for that to come from one of the most senior members of this body to this young kid who wasn't sure how to make his mark, it gave me the confidence that I needed to know that I was part of the team, part of this institution. And I truly do hope over the last 10 years I've proven myself and shown that a young, bright farm kid from South Georgia has what it takes to serve his district, his constituents, his state with integrity and with a purpose with all of those in this building to make Georgia a better place. Over the last 10 years, we've done a lot of great things here. We've worked hard. We've accomplished goals and ideals which will allow our state and its citizens to prosper. From cutting taxes and putting more money back in the pockets of its citizens across the state, creating jobs and opportunities for families to be able to live their version of the American dream here in the Peach State. Investing in our K-12 and higher education systems, making rural broadband internet a reality, and to the senator from the 51st and the many others, it's been a pleasure to work on that issue together. Investing in infrastructure and improving the quality of life for millions of our constituents. To my passion of working on issues related to public safety, supporting our men and women in the law enforcement and public safety communities across this state, and for me personally, creating policies and passing legislation that empowers our farmers, our producers, and our consumers to advance our state's #1 industry, agriculture. What we do here is serious business, and it should always be treated with that regard, with the highest level of respect for each other. But as the senator from the 53rd so aptly says, we take what we do seriously, but we always have to work to take ourselves lightly. So talking about taking ourselves lightly, I appreciate the fact that many of you have over the years felt that you were able to poke fun at me. But at the same time, I'm glad you understood that it works both ways. From my first visit to Senate Rules, standing on this stool in front of the committee and then sitting on those big 3 yellow book phone books in the chair with my feet dangling above the floor, to the time I stood in this well again in my first bill to stand on that stool. To when the senator from the 28th, and I know he's not here, but if you remember, he got down on his knees in this well, so as he said, he could be eye to eye to me as I was asking him questions. To my friends in the House who have one of those preschool chairs, you know, at preschool, on the House floor, saved for me, and that preschool chair sit between former Representative Jay Roberts and former Representative Tom McCall. So whenever I went over to the House chamber, I always had a seat on the floor, aptly suited to my stature and my size. I know that chair is still floating around this complex somewhere. I'm not really sure whose office it's in, but it has my placard on it, Senator Harper. To the time that I slipped down and I stood about right here to my right when the senator from the 8th was in the well, Senator Ellis Black, at the urging of Lieutenant Governor Casey Cagle and many others, to be his translator, so you all knew exactly what the senator was saying. And to the senator from the 4th, I apologize, I won't be here much longer to be your translator either. To earning the title of top cop, a title I earned, but a story I'm not going to share. To working in conjunction with many of you and pressing a few of your buttons from time to time and sending a lot of you to the governor's office for a meeting that never was going to happen. To learning the hard way the golden rule of the senator from the 53rd, that he's against any conspiracy that he's not a part of. So I've learned to make sure he was a part of every conspiracy I have worked on since then. To the number of other stories that we can all tell and that we could all sit around and memorize about. But mostly what I've learned, that while we have done our most important work, we can still have fun and accomplish what's needed for this state. As I leave here, I want to encourage you to do the same. Continue to take what you do seriously and take yourselves lightly. It doesn't hurt to have fun in what we do, as long as we do it understanding how we're working together to change lives in our state. At the same time, I want to encourage you to respect each other. I have tried to do that in my tenure here, And I hope that even though we have disagreed on issues and even though we've been on different sides of the aisle, I hope you know that I have always respected you and will always respect you. And I want to encourage you to continue to do the same for each other as I leave this chamber. Other than my constituents that I thanked earlier, there are too many people to thank and too many to list, and honestly, too many to name. But I want to thank my family. I want to thank them. I want to thank them for molding me into who I am and ensuring that I was able to serve my district to the best of my ability. To my former administrative assistants, Diana Hauser and Evelyn Thomas, to my current admin, Emily Doppel, thank you. I could not have served and been successful without you or any of you. You helped make me look good, and I know that is very difficult to do. And to the number of aides and interns who've worked in my office, I appreciate your help in getting us through the session every year. To Senate Press, Senate Budget, Senate Research, Legislative Council, thank you for helping me accomplish the goals I've had every session. To the Secretary of Senate, David Cook, thank you for your wisdom and your friendship, as well as your willingness to turn your head from time to time. We may have been up to things a little questionable. But also to the members of your office who always work to keep us in line and on time. To former Lieutenant Governor Casey Cagle, Lieutenant Governor Duncan, Governor Nathan Deal, and Governors Brian Kemp, it has been an honor to serve together and work for our state together. To the folks in the hall, I hope you always found me to be honest, but I hope the friendships we have built will continue to last. And lastly, to all of those that I have served with in this room, across the hall in the House, many of you who are in the chamber, as well as those who come before you and who are colleagues of mine, thank you. For this bright-eyed, bushy-tailed little kid who entered this doors not really knowing what I was getting myself into, but who had a passion to serve, I know I can leave this body with far more knowledge, understanding, and appreciation than I could ever had imagined. I know when I leave this chamber tonight on my last sine die as a member of this body, I can proudly say I've been part of leaving this state a better place it was than I first walked in this building 10 years ago. From our efforts on public safety and natural resources to supporting the industry that's allowed me to be where I am today and knowing how important agriculture is to this state, the bills we have drafted, the legislation we have passed has allowed us to leave a lasting impact. And as I get ready to walk out those doors later tonight, I'm hopeful that other doors might soon be open, maybe right across the street. But the memories, the work, and the good times, and the time spent here, I will never forget. None of you I will ever forget. So to every one of you, thank you. Thank you for the lasting impact you've made on me. Thank you for your leadership to our state, your mentorship, and most importantly, your friendship. It has been the highest honor and privilege to serve our state with each of you. And no matter what door I'm lucky enough to walk through next, just know that it will always, always be open to all of you. God bless you all. God bless this great state. And for the last time, Mr. President, I yield the well.
We have a very special guest with us here today. Former member, former governor, and current chancellor Sonny Perdue is with us in the chamber today. Thank you so much for being with us. Chair would like to recognize the distinguished senator from the 53rd for a point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now, that's a hard job to follow right there. In fact, mine's not going to be that fluid. But I am delighted to be here with you today. First, I'd like to thank the people that has elected me for 12 times. 12 times, you say. Well, my first time in 1998, I won by a controversial recount, and I didn't get to serve, but I was still elected. So I want you to know that it has been a great journey. Now, to my adversaries, they never got close. Never got close. The closest election I had individually was a guy named Bruce Coker. He ran as a Democrat, and I got 64%. He got, 36. That's the closest election that I've ever had. So I am honored that I have had the ability to serve my district with distinction and with a lot of votes. But it all started with my parents. My mom and dad, Gene and Doris Mullis, they were good folks. They taught me that community service is very important. My dad fought in World War II and the Korean War. He sent the sports information back to Chattanooga Times. He ran the school board at the Gordon Lee basketball games for 55 years. He was a commander at the American Legion and chair of the Board of Deacons. I mean, can't you tell by my behavior? Okay, maybe not. And my mother, Doris Mullis, she was a choir director over the kids that went to the Chancellor Choir. I know you know this by my singing voice. And she was over the Ladies Auxiliary for the American Legion and PTA president. So my family gave me a sense of duty, said I should be active in my community. So that's where it all began with me. Now, a long time ago, though, when I was 5 years old, I had a tonsillectomy. And doctors can tell you back then, in 1963, a general practitioner would do most of the light surgeries. So on that day, they didn't realize I was allergic to that type of anesthetics and also penicillin. So I died on the operating table, and my doctor resuscitated me and kept me living, or I wouldn't be here in front of you today. So I was very special to my parents because of that. My mom worked in local politics, and she was a Republican, but back then there was no Republicans elected to office. So she helped her friends, and I kind of saw that. Well, that was interesting. She was helping her friend gain office. So with that, she would make phone calls, and it kind of got me interested. Now, my brother Jerry, he's standing on the wall. He's a lot uglier than me, but he is educated. And I tortured him all his young life. And let me apologize. I'm sorry. Well, I tortured him all of his young life to help make him a tough man. So he's been a good brother, and I appreciate him. I'm grateful for my family, and my son is over there. Most of you have met him. He's interning this year for Butch Miller. And, Mr. President, I'm going to name names. It's all good, but I'm going to. You can gavel me out if you choose. But while I was here, my wife took care of businesses in my home while I was representing the people of the 53rd District. And my children, Greg, Emily, Amanda, and my granddaughter, Kirsten, and today is her birthday. What I've lost with my children was their youth. I tried to go to everything I possibly could, but you know what it is. It's hard to do everything, especially if you have a large district like Senator Harper. And My district is in alphabetical order, so I won't make them mad. Catoosa, Chattooga, Dade, and Walker. And I've loved serving those people. It was wonderful. But I would advise to make sure your family's first, because it's easy to lose the perspective of your family that you love so much, but you got to work to keep your district manageable and happy and re-electing you. But family should always be first. So many people have helped me along the way, and I'm going to name a lot of names. But right now, I'm going to talk about my high school. Terry Nams was a history teacher and also coached Charlie Hickson. And they taught me to be interested in politics. Then I went to Dalton State College, and Dr. Terry Christie, who was a Democrat, but I learned one thing major from him, and that was work ethic. He started before the boss got there, and he finished after the boss left. And I have learned that to make sure I took care of things. And playing football, I was a little kid on a big line of scrimmage, but I was determined and a little mean, and I was the quickest man on the team for about 5 steps, and then that was it. So every play, I learned that I had to throw all of myself into the play to be successful, because believe it or not, Governor, I'm going to tell that story in a minute too. I was 155 pounds ringing wet in high school. I couldn't buy a pound. I couldn't gain weight until I got out of high school. So I had to throw myself in every play as much as I could to make it happen. And I try to do that with issues that I'm determined to win. This year's been a little tough, but it's still the same. When I first got here in 2001, I met a senator named Steve Thompson. And he kind of showed me the ropes in this regard. We were on the floor. The Republicans were close to gaining the majority, and there were a lot of political hand grenades being thrown. And I didn't really want to play that game. I wanted to be successful. So Steve Thompson came to me and said, Jeff, the governor needs your help on this vote. And that was Governor Roy Barnes. He said, it's suburban, urban, it's not going to hurt your district. What do you think? I said, tell the governor I'm going to vote for it. So, and remember, I was just some little kid just showed up here 22 years ago. So the next morning, I got a note for him. It said, Jeff, thank you for your help, Roy Barnes. And I looked at that and I said, is that how this works? Is that what this is all about? Another week or two went by. Steve Thompson came to me and said, Jeff, the governor needs your help on this. Again, it's not going to hurt your district. It's not a principal thing for you. And, you know, I just got here. I didn't know. And I said, tell the governor I'm going to help him. So I voted for it. Next day, Jeff, thank you for your help. Come see me, Roy Barnes. And I'm thinking, is this a joke or is this real? Is this how this works? So I went down there and I went straight in. And it was amazing. So I found out it's all about relationships. It's not about how smart you are. It's not about how cunning you are. It's all about relationships. So I'm going to name some names, all good. But these are some of the folks that I learned at the beginning. And it was Hugh Gillis, who'd been here 55 years. Terrell Starr, Don Thomas, George Hooks, Tim Golden, Gloria Butler, Ed Harbison, Steve Farah, Nathan Dean, which could be the greatest politician I've ever met. They could be 4 parades in 4 different towns and his in each one of them. Or there's 5 people on a street corner, he'd be there too, no matter which street corner. So it was amazing to see that. Eric Johnson, a great leader. Tom Price, Bill Stevens, Don Balfour, Morgan Perry Cook, Macy McFall, Brad Alexander, Bo Butler, Chris Riley, who would say, we're in a tight spot. Remember from Brother Where Out There? But that was his thing whenever I was in trouble with him. I'll talk about being in trouble with you in a minute, Governor. Trip Martin, which he helped me understand how this works. But there are many out in the hall that I've learned so much from. Trey Kilpatrick, Burt Brantley, David Dove, and Chris Carpenter, who used to say in the first redistricting I ever experienced, Jeff, we're creating the Nathan Deal Jeff Mullis Congressional District. We need your vote. But I learned that you can't vote except for your party map. And that's a very important thing to realize. Very important. Again, this is all done by relationships. nothing cynical or nothing exciting or nothing amazing. It's just simply relationships. So my mama say, treat people like you'd want to be treated. And I try to do that. And I try to be straight up with them. May not like it, but I try to tell you exactly what I know. And Lieutenant Governor Mark Taylor, he actually liked me, but he didn't like a lot of Republicans. But I got along with him. I think we both like Little Debbie's or something that made us, or whether I don't know the other thing, but Twinkies, yeah. He loved Twinkies. Can you tell I do? All right, Casey Cagle. And let me tell you, my first story was I wanted to, there's a law officer that got killed in line of duty, and I was going to dedicate a road after him, and I wanted to do a great job, get a video of it and give it to the family. So when I got through, I said, wow, that did good. And I go back to my seat. Then Senator Casey Cagle said, what happened, Mullis? Did he get killed by a sewing machine? I said, a sewing machine? Yeah, you said he got killed in alteration, not altercation. I go, damn. So, of course, you can tell I've really improved my vocabulary since I've been here. I never make that mistake. All right, maybe I do. And then, of course, Jeff Duncan. He's trusted me just like Casey Cagle did, and I think that's important. The rules chair's got to have the trust of the lieutenant governor and the loyalty, and I'm that kind of a person. I was trained that way. I was built that way. However, occasionally, Jeff Duncan will look at me, and I'm thinking, golly, he's really mad at me. And then I'll say, well, I don't care. And then I'll say, well, I never cared. But I do love him. He's a good man, been good to me. And then the Goldilocks story of the Secretary of Senate that I've dealt with. First was Frank Eldridge. And Frank was very political, talked politics. I'd spend an hour or two in his office just finding out what was going on. Then you had Bob Ewing, who was just straight as an arrow. It was business. And then David Cook, which in the Three Bears story with Goldilocks is just right. He has a little bit of politics in him, and he also has a straight shooter when it comes to the law, and he's black and white. Jeff is gray. So we work together when he'll let me, but he's a good man. I enjoyed it. Now my governors, Roy Barnes, who I actually like, but I couldn't vote for him, but I like Roy Barnes. And the first time I was here again, I thought my job was to be against everything, just like a lot of the crazies out there, and I'm supposed to make sure I vote no on everything. Well, I voted no on the midterm budget. Got a call from the governor's office. So I went to see him. He said, Jeff, if you want to be effective in this building, you don't vote against the budget. So after thinking about that for, I think, 10 seconds, I never have voted against the budget since. It's good practice not to vote against the budget, no matter who it is, if you want to be effective in this building. And then Sonny Perdue, who I love, and I took him all over Northwest Georgia at that time. Well, you know, you want to know if you're in good standing with the governor. So when I'd go in his office and he'd give me a noogie, I knew he liked me, which is very important. Or if he called me Jeffrey, I was good. But if he was senator, I wasn't sure. But he taught me so much, and thank you, Governor, or Chancellor. I appreciate you, more than you know. And then Nathan Deal, which, you know, Nathan wasn't a very funny guy. But I went to his office once, and I was taking pictures, and Governor Perdue can tell you I was there a lot taking pictures because I thought it helped the governor. Me, actually. But it was all for the governor, whoever it was. And so I was there in line, and we're taking a picture, and Nathan said, Jeff, if Sandra was here, she'd ask me that you should button your jacket. I said, I can't, Governor. He goes, I knew that. So I figured I was in good standing with him. And then Brian Kemp, who was a classmate here with me. And I love Brian Kemp. He was a good man. Good, as my mom would say, he's a good boy. And one of my fondest memories is our mother had passed away in 2005. And Brian Kemp did a resolution talking about my mother. I cried like a baby right back there where Bo Hatchett's sitting, and I haven't gotten over that yet. That was awful kind of him. And my other memory of him was when he first got elected. We had a meeting at Little Oak Mogies. He pulled up in his pickup truck, opened the back end, opened the container that was in there, and there was some beverages for us to enjoy. And I appreciate that. I'm not going to say what kind. And then some of my roommates. And remember, I've been here 22 years, so I got a lot of roommates. First was actually Bob Snelling. I bet you there's nobody here that remembers him. Okay, I was wrong. Bob Snelling, who was a Delta pilot, and we didn't know each other, but we were looking for roommates when I first got here, and we hooked up. And he's a nice guy. He just wasn't there much because he was somewhere flying away. And then Bill Hamrick, who was now Judge Hamrick. And I got so many stories about Bill Hamrick, you'll have to go to the pigeon dinner, and you can't, but you folks outside will, because I'm going to get him back. He was the last speaker at the pigeon dinner. But he's a good friend. We did a lot of things. We even stayed in our LOB office for 2 sessions. We had to get up every morning, walk to the Georgia State University and take a shower and work out, and of course we saw the governor playing racquetball. But he was pretty fierce, so I was never going to play that. I'd play Hamrick. He was no good. And then I had Jim Cole, Jim Butterworth, Mark Butler, Jay Neal, Ben Harbin, Matt Hatchett. And, you know, Matt and I, we're pretty big boys, and a lot of people said, well, do y'all spoon? I said, of course not. We're too big. We have to ladle. So I don't care. In fact, I never did. And then I had John Wilkinson, known as Dirt Road, and that was mighty fitting, but he's a good boy. And now I have Bo Hatchett. Now, Bo Hatchett's a big fella. He's a star football player, real tall guy, wants to get pointers from me about how well I did as a athletic player. Yeah. Hey, I haven't called on you. I got the floor, okay? And but he's a rising star. He's going to do a great job, and I sure enjoy having our conversation together. Then memorable people. I mean, my goodness, I could just list all of y'all. So please forgive me for not getting everybody, but my memorable people is John Ellington, Judge Ellington, David Lucas. Wake up, David. Lee Anderson. Sorry about that, brother. And I say, Lee Anderson. I mean, how can you not? Matt Brass, he's not here. Russ Goodman, my goodness, I got a lot to say about him, I won't. John Kennedy, Doc Rett, Sheila McNeil, Billy Hickman, Larry Walker, and then Tyler Harper. He and I were like 2 kids playing in the sandbox, always plotting. And I love him, and I'm going to miss him, and all of you, of course, but we had such a great time picking on y'all. You just don't know most of it. And there are just so many. Please excuse me. I'm going to miss some folks, but it don't mean I don't love you. Butch Miller, Colonel Dugan, Steve Gooch, Ronnie Chance, Chuck Clay, Rusty Paul, Ben Watson, Bill Cowsert. And I love Bill, but he's taken my legislative virginity several times here. And I won't go any further because you don't know what I'm talking about. Blake Tillery, he's been so good to me, and I'll bring you that, what I owe you for all the kindness you've given me. You're good boy, as my mama say. And the late Jack Hill, he was such a good friend and so good to me. He tolerated me, even though I just worried the P. Rooney out of him, and I can't help it. And I'd do it again, bless his heart. I miss him. Yeah, and the kids coming up, not mention Bo Hatch, but Randy Robertson and Clint Dixon and all the others I mentioned. Several of my admins, Deborah Charnow, who is with me the longest, and then Madeline Laura, who does an outstanding job. In fact, a great team. Thank you, Madeline. Yeah, the other day she started saying good things about me. I just fell apart and started crying like a little baby. And then Carolyn Coe and Ryan Comfort, they're just part of the team, has done a great job. And so many out in the hall has worked with me as interns or committee aides, and I've just seen them grow to greatness. And I'm so proud and humble, just like a daddy. So thank you, and good luck to everybody out there. A couple of things I'd like to say. Let me hold it. Let me see where I am here. That, you know, you're dealing with a lot of crazy people out there. Oops. Be yourself. Just take care of business. And I always try to do the same. Even though I like having fun, as you've noticed, I do. It's kind of like my mom was kind of witty and my dad was fun. And again, it's just, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. Your local parties, I'm going to say this because you won't, they've all gone crazy. They have. On the right and on the left. So be yourself. Take care of business. Take care of people. Because I assure you, the vast majority of the people you represent are normal. So I've learned that, and you can't govern from the crazy side. You can't be against everything. Vote no. You got to find solutions. So please work together to do that. Tyler Harper said it a while ago. Even though we're two parties, there's some middle ground that we can find on a lot of things. So please work to find that. Never quit doing that. Don't become Washington, where they've lost everything of that perspective. I'm going to tell you some statistics. It sounds like I'm kind of bragging, but I'm not. I just want to give you some facts. I've been here 22 years and a Republican. I have authored, co-authored, supported, and voted for more pro-life legislation than anybody else in this building. In fact, I created the Choose Life tag. If you see that tag going down the road, that's my bill. I have authored, co-authored, supported, and voted for more pro-Second Amendment bills than anybody in this building. I have authored, co-authored, supported, and voted for more pro-business, which is jobs, than anybody else in this building. Because I've been here in the majority longer than anybody else in the building. Currently, I am the longest serving Republican in the Senate. Bill Cowser will be the next long-serving Republican when I leave in January officially. I'm the only Republican who has served in the minority that's still in this chamber. I am the longest serving Republican who has served in the majority in Georgia history. The Democrats were in charge for 137 years, and I've been here since 2001. Now, next year, that'll be broken by somebody in the House because they become the majority a little later. But thank you for allowing me to be a part of your life. It has been an amazing journey. And all of you have inspired me or have taught me, because I'm a student of all this every day. And I appreciate all the kindness and generosity that you have given me. From you to my former colleagues along my way, I have learned so much. So, again, be sure to work together, both the Republican and Democrat. I'm not saying to forget your principle, but there's a lot of depth that we can accomplish. Let me find my place here. Oh, I got more. Okay. Loyalty with each other is another key. Keep people informed. The first thing I learned was this. One time, Nathan Dean, when I first got here, somebody asked him, would you help us support this bill? Will you vote for it? And he said, yeah. So he came in, and he voted the other way. So when he went out the door, he said, Senator, I thought you were going to vote with us. He said, I lied. So that's some way. You can't argue with that. But changing your mind is acceptable. But you need to tell everybody who you've told you're going to vote one way if you change your mind. Because it's your reputation that you're talking about. And voting here is what you do, and it is your life here. So if you change your mind, tell somebody that you've told differently if you can. Keep people informed. Communicate. That's the key. If I want to pass a bill, I don't only talk to the Republicans, I talk to the minority leader and see if I can address her caucus. Because I think everybody should be aware and vote for something that I think that is important. But I have signed bills that may not be good for my politics, but I signed them to help my friends. I have voted for bills that wouldn't be good for my politics, but I did it to help my friends. So please be kind to each other again. Find solutions to issues together. You have been my friend. Now, hold it. This is from E.B. White, and his comment was, "You have been my friend, that it's in itself is a tremendous thing and honor." I will conclude by reading the words written by Burt Bacharach, sung by Dionne Warwick, Stevie Wonder, and Elton John, and Gladys Knight. And you're right, I am not going to sing this song. But if you'll please forgive me. And I never thought I'd feel this way. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm glad I got a chance to say that I do believe that I love you. And I do. And if you should ever go away, then close your eyes and try to feel the way we do today. And then, if you can remember, keep smiling, keep shining, knowing that you can always count on me, for sure. That's what friends are for good times and bad times. I'll be on your side forevermore, because that's what friends are for. And you can open me, and now that there's so much I see. And so, by the way, I thank you. Oh, and then for the times we were apart, well, then close your eyes and know the words are coming from my heart. And then, if you can remember, keep smiling, keep shining, knowing that you can always count on me, for sure. For that's what friends are for. In good times and bad times, I'll be on your side forevermore, because that's what friends are for. So, excuse me. Farewell, my friends. I will miss you. Anyway, farewell, my friends. Mr. President, I yield the well. Thank you.
We will stand at ease for 2 minutes while we wait the governor and his family to arrive. If all senators could enter the chamber and take your seats immediately. All senators, take your seats. All senators, take your seats. Mr. Sergeant at Arms. Please escort the governor and his family into the chamber. Please take your seats. It gives me great honor to introduce to you the 83rd governor for the fourth and final time of my term as lieutenant governor. And certainly you learn the most about a person when they're under the most amount of pressure. And I think we can all agree that we have felt that pressure over the last 4 years as the world has dealt us hands that we could only just briefly imagine how difficult they've been. I've been able to serve alongside Governor Kemp over the last 4 years in some of the toughest decisions anybody could possibly have to make. And I can tell you that this person, this governor, cares more about 11 million Georgians than anybody else in this state. He has worked tirelessly. I've never texted him early enough where he hasn't responded or called him late enough at night where he didn't answer the phone. He cares about Georgia. You know, we met each other on a campaign trail and our families, you know, he's got 3 girls and we've got 3 boys, and it's real life. Just because you're the governor of Georgia doesn't mean you don't have real life come at you a million miles an hour every day like the rest of us and our families. And I'm proud to serve alongside the governor. I'm proud to be able to present to you Governor Brian P. Kemp.
Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Lieutenant Governor Duncan. Thank you for your leadership. It is an honor for Marty and the girls and I to be back in the Senate. President Pro Tem Miller, members of this august body, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to thank you first of all for the opportunity to have Marty and the girls and I to join you at the start of what I'm sure will be a very quick rest of the evening. It's always a pleasure to return to this historic chamber where I got my start in public service. And I know that you have miles to go before final adjournment, so I'll try to be brief. But I will say this has been a historic legislative session. And it's not just because of Chairman Mullis's choice of walk-up songs in the Senate Rules Committee. In all sincerity, Chairman Mullis and I had the honor to serve together in this chamber. And I have valued your friendship, and I appreciate your kind words earlier, and we're going to miss you, my friend. Thank you for your service. In my State of the State address at the beginning this year, as you all remember, I called for a teacher pay raise of $2,000, fully delivering on the promise to raise salaries of those leading our classrooms by $5,000 in my first term. An additional $1.4 billion in direct funding for our K through 12 schools, so that we invest the most per student ever. Legislation that ensures parents have full access to their child's education and children are not being exposed to obscene materials. The addition of 1,300 health care program slots through TCSG, USG, and other institutions. Expansion of Medicaid coverage for new mothers up to a full year, a priority of this body. Funding for new anti-gang unit in the Attorney General's office and enabling legislation to give Attorney General Carr the ability to partner with the GBI and local law enforcement to investigate and prosecute these dangerous criminals. An additional trooper class of 75 cadets, as well as pay raises for our brave state law enforcement officers. Expansions of our high-demand career programs to include law enforcement and criminal justice degrees. Legislation to add human trafficking to the list of serious violent and sexual offenses that require a Superior Court judge to grant bail, something that I know Marty and the girls are especially appreciative of. I also want to thank them and you for all that you have done to advance this cause over the years. And I ask for other budget and legislative items that prioritize education, health care, and public safety. 81 days have passed since I delivered that address, and in that time, you have delivered on many of these items and much more, including a refund of over $1 billion back into the pockets of hardworking Georgians, a gas tax suspension, and a tax exemption for career military service members. On behalf of the entire Kemp family, everyone on my staff, and all Georgians, thank you for your good work. But as I always say, we must not rest on our laurels, and you all have work to do this evening. And specifically as the evening progresses, I am looking forward to continuing the critically important conversation on the best way to achieve an income tax cut for hardworking Georgians and on fairness in school sports, which I know is something that this body has already taken up. And as our time together this session draws short, I want to especially acknowledge those who have elected not to return to this show that never ends next year. We're saying goodbye to many dedicated public servants, too many to name in full, in each an institution in this place in their own right. But there's one in particular I want to single out, Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan. You have been and remain a good friend to my family, have always been a valued partner in the legislature, and have served as a true leader of the Senate. On behalf of Marty, the girls, and myself, we want to thank you for your service. And I know that Brooke and the boys have been right there with you the whole time, Governor. Lastly, but certainly not least, I want to recognize a monumental achievement by this body and those across the hall in the passage of the Mental Health Parity Act. As I said earlier today when we signed that bill into law, with the passage of HB 1013, Lieutenant Governor Duncan, Macy McFall and their staff, Senator Brian Strickland, Senator Burke and Watson, and everyone in this chamber truly made history. Congratulations again on a great achievement. It is yet another reason why people will talk about this session for many years and possibly generations to come. If you'll remember in my State of the State address, I quoted Psalm 16:8. I've set the Lord always before me, because he is at my right hand, I shall not be shaken. As we head off into the rest of the year, I think these are good words of wisdom for all of us to remember. Good luck, keep chopping, God bless you, and thank you for your service.
We're going to go back to the bills that are on the table on list number 3, picking up where we left off. Chair recognizes the senator from the 1st.
Mr. President, I'd like to raise House Bill 1355 from the table.
Mr. Secretary, can you please read the caption?
House Bill 1355, a bill by Representative Dempsey of the 13th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 41 of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to lead poisoning prevention so as to update provisions to comport with nationally recognized guidelines, to revise definitions and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Watson of the 1st District, Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Health and Human Services offers the following substitute to House Bill 1355, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 41 of Title 31 of the OCGA relating to lead poisoning prevention so as to update provisions to comport with nationally recognized guidelines, to revise definitions, to revise provisions relating to abatement of lead poisoning hazards and for other purposes. Mr. President, Senator Dolezal of the 27th and others offer the following amendment number 1 to amend Senate Committee on Health and Human Services substitute to House Bill 1355 by inserting after contingency on line 5 the following: to amend Code Section 31-6-47 of the OCGA relating to that completes and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 1st has asked that House Bill 1355 be raised from the table. Is there objection? Chair hears none and recognizes the senator from the 1st to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 1355 is about the childhood lead exposure. Protecting children from exposure to lead is important for their healthy development. There is no safe blood lead level in children. Even small amounts have been shown to affect IQ, attention span, and academic achievement. Those most at risk include children under 6 years of age. Georgia laws on lead poisoning and prevention has been out of date with best practice standards for more than 10 years. Just in my career alone, I have seen the level drop from 20 to 10 to 5 to 3.5. This bill has no significant change in the process, but the levels are changing. And giving more time for the landlords to develop plans is also part of this bill. So without further ado, this is a good bill relating to lead levels in the state of Georgia, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. If not, I'll yield the well. I will briefly address the amendment which passed out of Health and Human Services and will be spoken of. I am in agreement with the amendment, will be spoken of by the senator from the 27th. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
You don't appear to have any questions. Chair recognizes the senator from the 27th to speak to his amendment.
Thank
Thank you, Mr. President. Good evening, colleagues. As the bill sponsor mentioned, this amendment passed out of Health and Human Services. It is a cost-free avenue for us to deliver health care to rural Georgia. This is fully funded by local dollars and is an opportunity for us to do what we talk about a lot in this chamber, which is to deliver health care to the areas of the state that need it the most. With that, Mr. President, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 36th to your left with a question.
Does the senator yield?
I do.
We looked at this bill together in committee, of course, and I want to ask you to comment on lines 41 through 45 because it appears that this bill would allow this hospital in a single county to maintain a definition of a rural hospital despite not continuing to meet the requirements of being a rural hospital. So it would allow that hospital, isn't it true, to have benefits that are supposed to be reserved for truly rural hospitals as defined in the law.
Senator, I approached the well before I received a copy of the amendment, and I gave my 2 copies to the secretary, but I believe that you are correct. I think those zooming out and looking at what we're trying to accomplish here, and I mentioned this in committee as well. Thank you, Senator. What this bill is looking to do is pretty simple. And I think you, Senator, like myself, are lucky enough to live in an area where we can drive to a hospital that we don't have to question the level of care that we're going to get. We don't have to question whether or not a bed is going to be available. We don't have to question what type of health care may or may not be available to our families on any given day. And what this bill will ultimately accomplish is replace a 60-year-old 25-bed aging hospital with a 125-bed new facility in rural Georgia at zero cost to Georgian taxpayers. And so what we attempted to do with this bill was to have as targeted language as we possibly could to allow this to happen. This sunsets in a little bit over 2 years, and we did have to provide the language that you're speaking about in order to get this done. But we do think it's appropriate in allowing the hospital to serve the area of rural Georgia that we're seeking to serve.
But it is true that this would be a very significant exception to Georgia law that has been carefully crafted to allow rural hospitals to receive special benefits that are greatly needed, as we can see across the state with rural hospital closing. But why would we put this exception in for a 125-bed hospital to still qualify? If you want to do that, why shouldn't that be meeting the standards that are in law that everybody else has to follow? I don't know, this special exception, isn't it true, is hard to understand why we would do that. And that, in fact, isn't it true, did not get discussed and lifted up in committee at all.
I think, Senator, you may have brought this up in committee, if I remember correctly, and perhaps it was afterwards. I know there was some discussion afterwards as well. My understanding from the House sponsor who originally was part of this legislation, this is necessary to get this done, but that it is narrowly tailored enough that I don't think that they're going to see any abuse of the law that was, the underlying law that it is speaking to.
Further question, if you'll
Sure.
yield. It's true that this bill was introduced in the House, this language that you've that's become this amendment that you're speaking about. This was a bill in the House that could not get out of the committee, authored by the chair of the committee, and it did not receive a vote to pass out. In fact, it was it failed to pass out of the committee. Isn't that true?
I don't know what the votes were in the House, Senator. I do know, as you were there, this did pass out of our Health and Human Services Committee. And I spoke briefly on this, but I'll unpack. Actually, I'll let you answer any other ask any questions you have, and then I'll say what I was about to say.
You're yielding for another question?
Sure, if you had one.
Well, yes. The point I think to understand is this was a late Hail Mary, was it not? That got over here, it was attached to another bill, couldn't pass out of the House. The committee it wasn't that it got past the committee and stuck in rules. It never passed the committee, despite the person who owns the land where the hospital's going to be built coming down and testifying in that committee. Isn't that true? And the bill, there were not the votes in the House in a Republican-dominated committee to pass this language that you're asking us to vote for.
Senator, I think that every year there's all sorts of good legislation that gets tied up in committee, but I think that we need to judge this by the merits of what it actually tries to accomplish as opposed to its fate in a House committee or politics that may have happened. I don't know all the inside baseball and all the inside politics that happens in the House. What I do know, though, Senator, is that in the 4 years that I've been here, the only thing I've probably heard talked about more than rural health care is rural broadband. And if I had a bill that would deliver rural broadband paid for by private funding and that we had to have some legislation to allow that to happen, I'd be standing before you delivering that, just as I'm standing before you delivering legislation to deliver health care to an area of rural Georgia that does not wake up every day like you and I do with the confidence and security of living in an area that has fantastic health care. So I know that we do a lot in this chamber to spend public funds on rural health care. This is the first time that I've ever seen a solution for rural health care that's solely dependent on private money, that has the support of the hospital authority of the area, that has the support of the local delegation of the area, that has the support of the county in the area. And I know for me, this is something I'm going to be enthusiastically pressing the green button on so that we can deliver much needed rural health care at zero cost to the taxpayers. And I would hope that that'd be something you could support as well, Senator.
Well, isn't it true that I'm just concerned that we could there's land ownership involved. It's changing the whole rules by which rural hospitals function and by which we fund rural hospitals. Isn't it true? And we did not allow in committee, is it not true, one word of testimony from the community hospitals, from the Georgia Hospital Association, nor from the people who are running that hospital now, Wellstar. We heard not, they were not allowed to testify. Isn't that true? That's why I believe, isn't it true, that this is a very rash, last-minute thing, special favor for somebody that deserves more scrutiny. Is that not the case?
I know that's your opinion, Senator. I do think this is a special favor, though, and this is a special favor for the people right now that have the choice of one hospital in their area that is 60 years old and has 25 beds, and they're being offered an opportunity. And should the current provider want to open up and run that facility, they have the opportunity, as we heard, in committee to bid on that process if this moves forward. But this is something that we're not doing for the special interests, certainly in the hallway. This is something that we're doing for the people of rural Georgia.
Final question. It
I'll yield.
causes me great concern, and I wonder if it should cause all of us great concern, that the hospital that operates this current facility and has the lease to do it has never been consulted about this plan, number one. And number two, how could
Senator,
we possibly make a
I'll just stop you
decision-
there if you don't mind.
Well, let me just finish my question. How could we make a decision without taking any testimony from the Georgia Hospital Association, the Community Hospitals Association, or the hospital corporation that runs this facility? That is my question, and it's why I find it so troubling, isn't it true, that we would do this late night bill here as we're preparing to adjourn.
Senator,
that has not been vetted.
today is all about late night bills. And so, this is something that is part and parcel to what we do. I'm sure that you're going to vote yes on bills that will come after this bill, and the fact that it's late at night won't stop you from doing so. The operator of the current hospital has been consulted over a multi-year process. There's been communication around this with the bill sponsor and with other local communities. This is not happening in a vacuum, Senator, where all of a sudden two people decide they're just going to up and spend hundreds of millions of dollars on a hospital. Again, I'm a little bit flummoxed and bewildered that we're going to have significant debate over privately funding a healthcare solution that goes, at least for this area, it's not a statewide solution, but this might be a model for what could happen statewide, to see private funding come in and build hospitals that are 5 times the current capacity of the existing hospitals and do it without asking for a dime from the taxpayers. Mr. President, I'll be happy to yield for questions from any other senator, and if not, I'll yield the well.
I guess I'll
Senator has yielded to questions from the senator from the 36th, but holds the right to field questions from additional senators. The chair recognizes the senator from the 6th to your right.
Will the senator yield?
I will.
In terms of this particular matter, the underlying bill deals with lead poisoning prevention. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Can you point me to anywhere in your amendment that talks about lead poisoning prevention?
I'm going to leave that decision up to the president of this chamber as to germaneness.
Mr. President, point of order.
State your point of order.
With respect to the amendment, I want to say I object on the basis of germaneness, but also in terms of the two subject matter prohibition under the Georgia Constitution. I think that this amendment fails both. Obviously, the underlying bill deals with lead poisoning prevention, and then with respect to this bill, it deals specifically with a rural hospital or some kind of exception with respect to CON, and I think that those two things obviously are not related.
The chair will immediately consider the germaneness of the amendment. Please stand by. All right, the Senate will come back to order. The chair has taken into consideration with counsel the germaneness of the amendment. The subject of the underlying bill is the prevention of lead poisoning. The amendment relates to certificate of need in hospitals. Although both are in Title 31, the subject is distinctly different. Therefore, the ruling of the chair is that it is not germane as an amendment. And because of the non-germane ruling of the chair, Amendment 1A is a mute amendment and no longer in order. Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1355? The chair sees none. The question now is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there objection to adoption of the committee substitute? The chair hears none, and the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed, nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. We're going to stand at ease for a moment, but please stay at your desks. Thank you. All right, we're going to stand at ease for 20 minutes just to let everybody catch their breath, let things cool down. And we'll take a 20-minute recess, a 20-minute break, and we'll be back right at 9:30. We'll stand at ease.
Ha ha! Recognize the senator from the 14th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that House Bill 681 be removed from the table.
Well, the secretary will read the caption.
House Bill number 681 by Representatives Yarda of the 152nd and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to competencies and core curriculum relative to quality basic education and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth recommends that this bill do pass by substitute. Respectfully submitted, Senator Payne of the 54th District Chairman. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Education and Youth offers the following substitute to House Bill number 681. To amend Article 6 of Chapter 2 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Quality Basic Education Act so as to provide for a mandatory course of instruction in financial literacy for students and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
The senator from the 14th District has moved that House Bill 681 be removed from the table. Is there objection? Hearing none, House Bill 681 is removed from the table. Senator from the 14th District is recognized to speak to the bill.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very simple bill. All this does is requires the Board of Education to adopt standards for a minimum course of instruction on financial literacy to be completed by students in the 11th to 12th grade. With that, Mr. President, I'll yield the well.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against the bill? The chair hears none. The question is on the adoption of the committee substitute. Is there an objection to the adoption of the committee substitute? Hearing none, the committee substitute is adopted. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill by substitute. All those in favor of the bill will vote yea, opposed nay. The secretary will unlock the machine. For what purpose does the senator from the 56th rise?
Parliament to inquire, Mr. President.
State your inquiry.
Don't you sound rather smooth up there? Like maybe you could do this more regularly?
I probably could do it more regular. Maybe I'm running for the wrong office. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 44 and the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed by substitute. Hey!
Chair recognizes the senator from the 32nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would ask for unanimous consent to set House Bill 1409 free from the table.
Set free? I like that. Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
House Bill number 1409 by Representative Werkheiser of the 157th and others. A bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 9 of Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to workers' compensation so as to change certain provisions related to workers' compensation benefits to increase the compensation benefits for total disability and temporal partial disability and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Insurance and Labor recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Senator Burke of the 11th District Chairman. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Senator from the 14th has moved, from the 32nd has moved that House Bill 1409 be set free from the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none and recognizes the senator from the 32nd to present the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is about workers' comp benefits, and it increases the maximum allowable weekly benefit for an injured employee who suffers temporary total disability from $675 to $725 a week. Additionally, the benefit for temporary partial disability is increased from $450 to $483, and the maximum total compensation payable to a surviving spouse goes from $270,000 to $290,000. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
You don't appear to have any questions.
Thank you. I yield the will.
Does any other senator wish to speak for or against House Bill 1409? The chair sees none. Is there objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none and the main question is ordered. Question on the passage of the bill. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 51, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes the senator from the 46th.
Thank you, Mr. President. After a long weekend of just a love fest with my idol, the senator from the 53rd, we are now basking in the afterglow, and I implore you to raise House Bill 1516 from the table, and long live rock and roll.
Mr. Secretary, will you please read the caption? And the amendment.
House Bill number 1516 by Representatives Gaines of the 117th and others, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Part 10 of Article 7 of Chapter 3 of Title 12 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to the Georgia Music Hall of Fame Authority and for other purposes. Mr. President, the Senate Committee on Economic Development and Tourism recommends that this bill do pass. Respectfully submitted, Chairman. Mr. President, Amendment 1 by Representative Mullis of the 53rd and others. Amend House Bill 1516 by replacing lines 2 through 7 with the following: annotated relating to the Georgia Music Hall of Fame Authority so as to revise their corporate purposes and general powers and for other purposes. Mr. President, Amendment 2 by Senator Mullis of the 53rd and others. Amend House Bill 1516 by replacing lines 48 through 62 with the following. The authority shall consist of 9 members. The chairperson of the Georgia Hall of Fame Overview Committee shall be a member and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
I want to know which one of you paid for dinner over the weekend. Senator Cal. Okay. Senator from the 46th has asked for House Bill 516 to be taken off the table. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it's off the table. The chair now recognizes the senator from the 46th to speak to the measure and the amendments.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the Senate. You remember we were here Friday discussing this bill. It's to move the Hall of Fame where we have a Music Hall of Fame. We have all these wonderful artifacts and memorabilia that's been stored for over a decade now in mothballs at the basement of the University of Georgia Special Collections Library. The City of Athens, the Classic Center, the convention center there, has agreed, they're building a new arena, have agreed to house this and display it. And at the same time, my dear friend from the 53rd has been working with the Grammys. They're going to build a museum here in Atlanta in the near future, and is also just an ideal place to be displaying some of this memorabilia. So he, through a friendly amendment now, has gutted the part of the bill that set up the authority to do that, because I didn't realize that the Grammys wanted to be engaged in this as well, and so we have broadened it from 5 members to 9 members, and there will be some geographic representation, 1 from Athens, 1 from Augusta, 1 from Macon, 1 from Savannah, a couple of appointees from the Lieutenant Governor, a couple from the Speaker, so we end up with 9 people on that commission, and they will agree, they will have control of the Hall of Fame artifacts and whatnot, and they can decide where it shall be displayed throughout the state. Both of the Grammys and the Classic Center are willing to do that, and they'll share this and rotate it around and let everybody have an opportunity to see all these great musical artifacts. I think that we will see that the senator from the 53rd will withdraw that First Amendment, and we have jointly proposed Amendment 2 that implements the agreed upon changes that we think is fair to all of Georgia. So everybody will have a chance to see this grand collection. Some will be there in Athens and some will be here in Atlanta, and we anticipate and envision that it will rotate, that they'll be moving around, and that could be other places in the state as well. So I'm happy to take any questions. I'll defer to the senator from the 53rd to speak to Amendment 2 as soon as I sit down. If there are no questions, I'll yield the well.
The senator from the 53rd has a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator. Isn't it true that I appreciate you working with me to make sure we have a little different perspective? So thank you.
Yeah, and it was my pleasure to work with you and to accommodate both of our desires and help the state of Georgia.
Senator from the 53rd is leaving this chamber a softer individual. You have no more questions.
Thank you. I ask you to favorably support the bill and the Amendment 2. If Amendment 1 isn't withdrawn, then we'll have a different story. That might be as much of a love fest as we enjoyed with each other this weekend.
For what purpose does the senator from the 53rd rise?
President, when it's time, I'd like to withdraw the First Amendment to this bill.
When the senator yields the well, we'll take that motion. Go ahead, just for fun, say it again.
Mr. President, if it pleases the chamber, I would like to remove the First Amendment to House Bill 1516.
So you're against the First Amendment? Amendment number 1, okay. The senator from the 53rd has asked for unanimous consent to withdraw amendment number 1. Is there objection? The chair hears none, and amendment number 1 is withdrawn. Any other senator wish to speak for or against the measure? The chair sees none. Now we'll take up the adoption of amendment number 2. Is there objection to adoption of amendment number 2? The chair hears none, and amendment number 2 is adopted. Is there objection to agree to the report of the committee which is favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Is there objection to the main question being ordered? The chair hears none, and the main question is ordered. The question is on the passage of the bill as amended. All those in favor vote yea. Opposed nay. Secretary will unlock the machine. On the passage of the bill, the yeas are 52, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed as amended. Chair recognizes the pro tem for a point of personal privilege. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your indulgence. The hour's getting late, but we've got a little more business to do. But before I go to my point of personal privilege, I'd like to recognize and thank the birthday girl, my wife, Teresa Miller. Oh, happy birthday. She is truly the love of my life and the wind beneath my wings. And I would like to recognize, and also, while I'm here, what I really came up for is to talk about a dear friend of mine, a dear friend of our community, and a dear friend of this building, Deb Bailey. Deb has been with Northeast Georgia Health Systems for many years, and she's retiring this year. And she has been an advocate, a huge advocate for nursing. Healthcare in general, nursing in particular. She started working at a nursing home at the age of 14. She later became an RN. She was Northeast Georgia Medical Center's psychiatric unit in 1974 and later became vice president of nursing. And she taught nursing at Brenau University. She has written grants. She has lobbied. She has been a champion for health care for many, many years, and she's dedicated to the leadership and the amazing clinical staff of friends and network that she has assembled over the years. She has often taken personal leave to travel on behalf of the healthcare industry, and in fact traveled to UAE and was the first female to speak to the parliament at the United Arab Emirates. And she also traveled to Brazil and Europe on behalf of nursing. And I would just like for this chamber to thank and recognize our good friend Deb Bailey for a career and for a life well lived, and we wish her happiness for many, many years. Deb, give her. Door, come to the door, come to the door. She's a no-show. Here she is. There you go. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the will.
Chair recognizes the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask unanimous consent to excuse the senator from the 19th and the 45th.
Without objection, the senators from the 19th and the 45th are excused. Chair now recognizes the senator from the 54th for a motion.
Yes, Mr. President. I move that the Senate adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 517.
Ms. Secretary, please read the caption.
Committees of Conference substitute to House Bill 517, a bill to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2A of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to student scholarship organizations, so as to provide for the inclusion of earned interest and the calculation of minimum revenue obligations for scholarships and tuition grants to require that the Student Scholarship Organization audits are conducted in accordance with generally accepted auditing standards, to provide for the expansion of the scope of such audits and for other purposes. That completes the order, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 54th to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, friends. It's getting late, I know. If you'll remember that last year, regarding the student scholarship organizations, we passed legislation last year, House Bill 517 in this body. We passed this out. What we'd gone from 58 million in tax credits to 120 million. We thought we were done with it last year. It went back over the House, and for some reason it never got through passed. It came back to us this year with now tax credit of 200 million. That's why we disagreed. We sent it to a conference committee. We've got that number back down to 120 million, the same as we passed last year, with the understand this is also to give those families in need more time to adjust. This one does not come with a what's the word, sunset. So to help those families. But we're going to, I move that we pass this and ask your support in passing this, because this does help a lot of families. 70% of those who benefit from this program are below poverty level. So this is literally to help those and get those kids out of suffering school, not just suffering schools, but also suffering situations. And a lot of those kids could be kids that have had disciplinary issues too, and they're in a position where they're in foster care or they don't have. And so I just ask you to support, because this really does help kids. Mr. President, if there's no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have no questions.
I ask for your favorable support.
Chair recognizes the senator from the 37th to speak to the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm all about helping kids, but it looks to me like this bill helps insurance companies more than it helps kids by taking up to $1 million a year away from the insurance premium tax. This not only hurts or helps the insurance companies, but it hurts our cities who derive funds from the insurance premium tax. There's several things about the student scholarship organizations that have concerned me. Part of it is that it continues to grow and grow and grow. If you'll remember, it was set in place, had $50 million cap on it. Then it had an annual growth on it that was tied to the growth of the state economy. Went to $53 million, then it went to $58 million after they'd asked for 65. Then 4 years ago, we approved $100 million. It was hung up for a while. When it came back this year, they asked for $200 million. It appears to me that we're feeding a pig that never wants to quit eating. And every year that goes by, the pig's eating more. As the bill was originally set up, when it went from $58 million to $100 million, it was going to 2028, and then it was going to go back to $58 million. Instead of that, instead of it going back to 58, now we're proposing it to go to 120. I think this is bad policy. One of the problems I have with it is you cannot make a determination on who is accessing these credits. About 8 years ago, I tried to find out. At that time, they were getting $53 million in tax credits. We had one corporation that was pulling down $5 million of that $53 million. I think if you're going to access a tax credit, whoever's accessing these tax credit, it needs to be a matter of public record, and this bill does not provide for it. If we're going to do this, we need to have open transparency as to who it is that are accessing these funds and directing their tax liabilities to places that they want to put them. But it also troubles me that we're pulling the income premium tax away from our cities who are benefiting from that. And all this, anytime you move this money around, it's hurting someone. So I think we need to think strongly about this. I'm going to oppose the bill. I'm all for helping kids, but it doesn't look to me like that's what the basis of this bill is for. Mr. President, if there's no questions, I'll yield it well.